Chapter 448. How much is the tea? Yao Chong and the others gathered together again. In the East Market, they were looking at places where people used large clay pipes to boil green tea. 1 yuan per bowl. Don't look down on it because it's foam tea. The person selling the tea explained, Here, for bowls. Yao Chong took out 5 yuan worth of coupons and handed them over. The other party took it and gave him 1 yuan worth of coupons. He kept it well. He accepted his fate. Li Yi, you can print money. I don't care. Wei Zhigu looked at Yao Chong's expression and wanted to laugh. Nowadays, everyone carried coupons with them at all times. It was really useful in Chong, and their coupons were said to be lucky. The day before yesterday, their table happened to be the 100th table of guests. Because they were very lucky, they were given 4 coupons of different values. Each person took one and held the flowers. The method of bribery was simply amazing. What was the 100th table? Was it so coincidental? The key was to ask others. Others also won the prize, but some had an extra dish and some did not have to drink. There was nothing wrong with it. Heavenly World was not a lucky event for one or a few people. Even if the people from the censorate were watching from the side, they could not do anything. You don't allow businesses to organize activities? When I went to eat, even if I counted the dishes on the table, it was because I was quick-witted. There was even a birthday party where Heavenly World's promotion came to your door and let you try the new dishes. This was called promotion. When you tried it, you asked, you were actually a member of Heavenly World and it was your birthday. Wow! Heavenly World specially launched a birthday discount package for members. 1 yuan was enough. Then, a lot of delicious food was sent to you. On your birthday, you invited people to a meal, and there was wine and food. When you asked others, other members also had the same benefits. It was just different. Thinking so, Wei Zhigu said, I don't know how Dr. Li's brain works. He has endless tricks. Zhang Shuo lowered his voice. Now that I think about it, King Song did a great job. He went to the imperial plantation by the Ba River that day. Yes, Lu Huaishan sighed. Only then did His Majesty go. Otherwise, with Li Yi's skills, without His Majesty's help, who knows how much trouble he would cause. Everyone, including Yao Chong, agreed with Lu Huaishan. That Li Yi always seemed to be taking good things out. It was very dangerous and easy to be targeted. In reality, this was not the case. Once Li Yi discovered that the situation was not right, he would immediately respond. He could turn enemies into friends, and then bribe and rope in more people. Other merchants would feel heartache if they were to give up even a fraction of the profit. However, he was willing to give up 70%, 80%, 95% of the profit. When doing business with His Majesty, the first thing he asked for was 5%. It was said that he did not even use the 10% profit from the earthly paradise. It was a separate account, ready to take it out at any time. After that, he earned 250,000 from the Tubo people. How much money was that? He actually casually gave it to the scholars who studied in the government schools and built the road from Chang into Shu. He had a way to make a lot of money, and he also had a way to give it to you reasonably. Can you still deal with him? You have to protect him. If he dies, you won't get the money. With His Majesty watching over him, Li Yi doesn't have to deal with other dangers. He can use more energy to help the Tang dynasty develop. It's fortunate. Yao Chong said something fair. He agreed with the action of blocking the Li family zhuangzi. Other people should not go there for no reason and delay Li Yi's research and invention. The merry-go-round is not allowed. It's like a lantern at night. Zhang said. He found a new situation. The merry-go-round stopped, and the children's snacks were sold. The 4 people finished their tea and went to the merry-go-round under the secret guard. There was no one. The merry-go-round was locked. Zhang asked the person selling the children's snacks, There's no curfew. The merry-go-round can be played. Bahui Li Dongzhu said that hanging lanterns at night and riding on the merry-go-round will make the children absent-minded. It's called hypnosis. Then the children will have nightmares and may wet the bed. They won't recover for several days. They are not allowed to ride the merry-go-round at night. The children will be fine after eating some snacks. If you don't believe me, bring your children here. I'll take a risk and let your children ride on the merry-go-round alone. Let's see how the children ride on the merry-go-round alone with lanterns. No need. Zhang Shua's hair stood on end. Not to mention the children, he was afraid at this moment. Night, children, merry-go-round, lanterns, laughter. Why did he tremble when he thought about it? Is that so? The person selling the snacks said, adults can also eat. Snacks. Look, there are fried shrimp slices. Buy a few packets. Zhang said he would pay. He knew what the shrimp slices were. Starch was mixed with dried shrimp powder and fried in oil. There were 20 in a packet and it cost 3 coins. Zhang said he would pay a 10 coins exchange voucher and a 2 coins exchange voucher. He got 4 packets. He picked one up and took a bite. This money is too good. Li Yi's talent is world-shaking. Didn't Her Majesty say to let Li Yi try it first? Zhuangzi, to be honest, is more trustworthy in Chang, and then in the imperial court. Lu Huaishan said something he didn't want to say, but he had to admit. Li family Zhuangzi's reputation was better than that of the imperial court. In the eyes of the people, the imperial court officials were not as good as Li Yi. Other rich people were afraid of being exposed, so they always covered it up. Even so, there were still people who talked behind their backs, saying how greedy his family was after becoming an official. The Li family's manner was indeed rich, and it was on the surface. When dealing with the foreigners, they had to pay 4,200 coins a day to force the foreigners to take the initiative to ask for peace. The people felt that it was right and even encouraged and cheered for them. They had a common enemy. When Li family Zhuangzi earned 250,000 coins from selling alcohol, the people cheered and celebrated. They were very happy. Thinking about it carefully, were they not afraid? This was Li Yi's Zhuangzi next to Chang'an. If it was anywhere else, he could influence the entire provincial government. The provincial governor and the army had to act according to his mood. With Li Yi as an official, this old man can rest assured. Yao Chong seemed to understand. Of course you can rest assured. Zhang Shua continued. He can't be greedy or take bribes. He has money. I heard His Majesty say that this year he will build 5 mu of greenhouses in each of the 20 counties of the imperial government. He will pay taxes as a show. Wei Zhigu brought up the topic of taxation. Today, Zhangsun Xian sent a letter to the Prime Minister, requesting that Lantian County immediately implement a business tax. Humph! He didn't even know that he was cheated. When Yao Chong heard about the business tax, he thought of Zhangsun Xian. That silly child. I heard that he found 16 good craftsmen to make some 1,000-work step bed. The blueprint was given by Li Yi. His Majesty wants to borrow Li Yi's hand to deal with people. Zhang Shua knew some of the situation. His Majesty threw Zhangsun Xian to Lantian County for Empress Wang. Otherwise, with Zhangsun Xian's temperament, he would definitely cause trouble. In the future, whatever Li Yi says, you must think carefully. His trap is a chain of traps. Zhangsun Xian is pitiful. The astute Lu Huaishan didn't speak up for Li Yi. He was also afraid of Li Yi's schemes. He felt that Li Yi was usually a very good young man, but once he was serious about something, he would make a series of moves. When dealing with you, you didn't move. When you fell into the trap, others moved. When you moved, you took the initiative to fall into the trap. You couldn't blame others. In half an hour, the Nanchu play will start. Let's go see it. I gave you the tickets. 1 ticket is 100 yuan. It'll be a pity if you don't go. Zhang Shua didn't want everyone to revolve around Li Yi. He changed the topic. Li Yi would be fine in Zhuangzi. Chapter 449. Nanchu, a large performance venue. Today, Xian Yan and the others were going to perform a play. Yao Chang's group of 4 took the tickets from Heaven on Earth and went to the best VIP room. It was alone, and there were no other rooms within a distance of 2 feet. Temporary stands were set up in other places, and many people bought popcorn to eat. The price of each seat was different according to the comfort of the audience. The more expensive ones were 100 taels, while the cheaper ones were a few dozen taels. For example, Yao Chang's room was equivalent to 400 taels and was not available to others. Yao Chang's group of 4 looked at the situation in the room. There were rattan benches, wooden tea tables, and silk pillows. It's far away, so it's convenient to talk without being heard. Lu Huaishan commented on the layout. It's a little spacious. Li Yi probably doesn't have any good ideas about this. Yao Chong was used to talking to Li Yi. Wei Jigu chuckled and took a sip of tea. He smacked his lips and said, second-grade tea, "This is the taste that His Majesty bestowed." This year, Li family Zhuangzi made a lot of money on tea. Some merchants bought it and shipped it outside to sell. I heard that the profits were more than 3 times. Zhang Shuo mentioned the tea. Nowadays, it had become a trend. It would be rude to not prepare some Li family Zhuangzi's tea in Chang. And at this time, there were still people arriving. Most of them were literati, merchants, and officials. Ordinary people were reluctant to spend a few dozen taels to watch a play. That money was enough for their family to eat a good meal. After a while, the actors appeared. The scene quieted down. Someone had prepared good silk to throw on the stage. It had to be at least 10 feet long. If it was too short, it couldn't be used as money. There were many kinds of silk according to the weaving method and embroidery. The Wulings, young people, fought for the head entanglements. The entanglements were one kind and the red silk was another. The opening ceremony started and the background music sounded. The flute played the spring scenery of Jiangnan. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai appeared separately. Zhu Yingtai appeared in female clothes and then changed into male clothes to go to school. On the way to school, he met another person, Liang Shanbua. Therefore, the 2 of them studied together and played together. Liang Shanbua was so stupid that he couldn't tell that Zhu Yingtai was a woman. The background music sounded again. The main melody of the violin in the treble section was sung. Green grass and green flowers bloom. Colorful butterflies wander in pairs for a long time. When the violin finished playing, it immediately switched to the alto part and repeated again. Other instruments joined in, bringing out the atmosphere. The 3 years of being classmates began. The background music suddenly became lively, and the violin directly played a relaxed rhythm of duo-la, 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 duo. After that, the 2 of them would become sworn brothers. If a man and a man became sworn brothers, they would become husband and wife, until he turned 18 and graduated. It was time to send him off. The background music showed the reluctance of the cello and the violin to bid each other farewell. One was vigorous, while the other was tactful. Zhu Yingtai was anxious, and so were the spectators. Zhu Yingtai told Liang Shanbo that he had a little sister at home who was quite nice, and he asked Liang Shanbo to propose marriage. Back home, Zhu Yingtai waited for Liang Shanbo. Liang Shanbo did not have any money. He needed money to travel, so he had to walk slowly. At this time, Zhu Yingtai's family wanted her to get married, but she refused. The background music sounded again. Zhu Yingtai's family, who represented the traditional power of feudalism, played wind instruments. Suddenly, Duishi Lajuo So Duishi Lajuo Lilai, the violin that represented Zhu Yingtai, was fighting in the background, but it could not beat the wind instruments. On the stage, Zhu Yingtai talked about what kind of person she wanted to marry and tried to persuade her family. Her family was furious. In the end, Zhu Yingtai had no choice but to wait for Liang Shanbo anxiously. The spectators had mixed feelings. They felt that it was right for the elders in the family to marry, but they also felt that Liang Shanbo should be with Zhu Yingtai. When Liang Shanbo finally arrived, Zhu Yingtai's marriage had already been decided. The 2 of them ran to the balcony for a private meeting. The background music, the cello and the violin, echoed, weeping and reciting. Many spectators shed tears. The two of them finally agreed that even if they couldn't be together in life, they would be buried together in death. Liang Shanbo left. He fell seriously ill and never got up again. Zhu Yingtai wanted to get married and asked for a detour. This was his last request. Therefore, the wedding procession took a detour and went to Liang Shanbo's grave. Zhu Yingtai rushed over. The grave on the stage suddenly cracked open. Zhu Yingtai dived in. In a cloud of smoke, the background music was grand, repeating the main melody. The smoke dispersed. Two large butterflies accompanied each other, flying back and forth. The music was still playing. Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai's version of the play ended. The spectators sat there in a daze. No one threw cloth onto the stage. They were still savoring it and had not come back to their senses. Only when the actors came out to take the curtain call did the spectators come back to their senses. They threw all kinds of cloth onto the stage, and some even threw out a stack of coupons. There were also waiters who carried trays and walked around the private rooms. The people in the private rooms gave them things. There was gold, silk. We don't even have a single coin on us. Zhang Shua poked his head out to take a look and found that the situation was not good. The other private rooms were all given, but there was no movement from the most luxurious one. Were they not satisfied? The other three were also anxious. This Shayan, who was serving the 4 people in the private room, pulled out a box from the side. In the box were bundles of coupons with a face value of 1 coin. The 4 of you, the coupons that you ordered people to send over before you came are here. A total of 4,000 coins. Shaoyan smiled and said to the 4 people. Yao Chong and the others were stunned. It was not the problem of 4,000 coins, but why were there only 1 coin worth of coupons? Before they could ask, the person carrying the tray came over. Zhang Shua hurriedly picked it up and put it on the tray. The person carrying the tray immediately shouted, "First grade room, reward 4,000 coins." "First grade room," he shouted 3 times in a row. The whole place was in an uproar. Who was it? For 1,000,000 coins were thrown out. Amazing. As expected of the people who could enter that special private room. They were indeed rich. Yao Chong and the others left uneasily under the protection of a group of people. When they met up with their subordinates outside, Yao Chong was still in a daze. 1 coin is out. The merchants like it. Another 10 coins would be even better. Zhang Shuo rubbed his face. I still have to tell His Majesty about this. We have to set an upper limit. We can't just casually print. Otherwise, if we print 10,000 coins, it will be chaotic. Yao Chong came back to his senses. He was afraid. He had to limit it. This kind of large amount can only be used for large transactions. Ordinary transactions are mainly for small amounts. I reckon that the coupons came out first. There should be 50 coins or 100 coins in between. 100 coins is enough. Even if you want to buy something worth 1,000 coins, it's no more than 10. Lu Huaishan believed that Li Yi would not understand. Ordinary people would not use large denominations. If I had known, I would have left one. Let's see what it's like. I just glanced at it. Speaking of which, the play is interesting. The music is also not bad. Wei Jigu was not worried. He did not believe that Li Yi did not understand. Let's go back. Yao Chong did not want to discuss other matters at the moment. He wanted to go home and think about it. The 4 people said goodbye and went back. The others who had left the theater were discussing Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai's play. Some people were more interested in the new musical instruments. Some people felt that this kind of storytelling performance was not bad. No matter what, there would be people who would not sleep well tonight. For example, Yao Chong. Chapter 450, Opera in Chang, and a few new musical instruments. Wind and Smoke Rise in the Southwest, who plays the border song. It was daybreak. Chang, and city was full of discussions about Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai's play last night. Zhu Yingtai's family is stubborn. Look at what happened, their daughter is gone. Liang Shanbua also took things too hard. Sigh, if only he arrived earlier. Unfortunately, his family is poor. It's useless to arrive earlier. Zhu Yingtai's family is powerful. Why would they like Liang Shanbua? If I were Liang Shanbua, I would elope with Zhu Yingtai and never come back. Yes, running away is the right thing to do. If you can have a private rendezvous, you can take the opportunity to slip away. I heard there are many musical instruments that have never been seen before. Boom, 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 boom. They say there are many bugle horns. Which bugle horn doesn't sound like that? The people who saw it last night described it vividly. The people who didn't see it wiped their tears and felt indignant. Yao Chang's thoughts were on the large denomination of the exchange coupons. In the morning, after waiting for the others to finish talking and leave, he went to play. Your Majesty, last night I was watching a play in Nankou and was worried about money. Xiaoyun gave me 4,000 coins in exchange coupons. The number on the coupons was actually 1 coin. 1 piece of paper is worth 1,000 coins. Your Majesty panicked. If there is no limit, how can the Li family Zhuangzi stabilize the place with 10,000 coins? Yao Chong tried to calm himself down. He couldn't scold Li Yi. Li Longji listened quietly. After listening, he said, there are 20 coins, 50 coins, 100 coins, 200 coins, 500 coins, 1 coin, 2 coin, 5 coin, and 10 coin. The coins above 100 coins are used by the merchants. Yao Qing, you don't have to worry. The 1 coin just happened to be printed. Li Yi was anxious to provide the merchants with the coupons, so he printed a batch. The Li family Zhuangzi has a lot of tea. Li Yi wants to release a batch of tea to offset the issued coupons. Li Longji talked about how Li Yi got enough money. It turned out that he only sold level 4 tea to ordinary people. The 4 types of level 3 tea, as long as they were sold, people would buy them. Then, they would ship them to other places to make money. Large amounts of copper coins, gold, and silk entered Zhuangzi's account, and Zhuangzi used higher value exchange coupons to buy other things. Gold, copper, and silk did not move one for the other. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the instability of the coupons being sent out. If someone really caused trouble, Zhuangzi could use the copper coins to exchange for the coupons. Yao Chong lowered his head and thought about it. Everything was fine now. Li Yi indeed had a backup plan. Report, urgent report, Southwest barbarians invade the border on the 2nd day of the 7th month. The local house of subjugation is resisting with all its might. Li Longji was just about to persuade Yao Chong to go back to work when a shout came from outside. Then, 5 people were placed on a flatbed cart and pushed to the entrance of Xingqing Hall. 4 of the 5 people were lying there, gasping for breath. One of them shouted with a hoarse voice. They had rushed here from the southwest. The 5 of them each rode 3 horses from one official post to another. As long as the road was slightly better, the horse would run at a sprinting speed. The 5 of them took turns to lead the team. When the others were tired, they tied themselves to the horses. If they encountered any situation and felt that the other party would obstruct them, they could directly shoot to kill. Imperial physician, bring oxygen bags, salt, sugar, and water over. Give them some shade and water them. Li Longji was now a professional and called for people to come over. Someone at the side found the letter from the other side. Yao Chong was also the Minister of War. He went over to take a look at the lacquer seal. There was no problem. He borrowed a small knife from Li Longji and cut it open to read the contents. Your Majesty, the Southwest barbarians have sent out 50,000 soldiers. The local house of subjugation doesn't have enough manpower to win. Yao Chong handed the urgent report to Li Longji. Who can lead the troops? Li Longji glanced at Yao Chong. Li Xiandao can mobilize the troops of Rong, Lu, Kuei, Ba, Liang, Feng, and other provinces. Yao Chong gave a name and where the troops would be sent from. Li Xiandao, general of the Right Valiant Guard, and those provinces were all part of Shu. Okay, Li Longji agreed and sent him. The 5 people were taken care of. Yao Chong went to write official documents to the various provinces. When he had finished with this matter, he sat there sullenly. The southwest barbarians are at the border. Just resist. Why worry? Lu Huaishan came over to persuade him. Chong, and was peaceful last night. The Tang dynasty's border was uneasy. The audience of the play gave so much food. Has anyone thought about what the soldiers were eating? Yao Chong said with a sad expression. His eyes were full of helplessness. Lu Huaishan opened his mouth and left with a sigh. At night, Li Longji returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was in a bad mood. During dinner, Empress Wang asked with concern, Sanlang, did something happen? Today, I heard that the southwest barbarians are invading the border. The soldiers, they're going to fight a bloody battle. Li Longji said in a low voice. When Li Yi heard this, he shouted, Steward Song, bring the things I prepared. Understood, Dongzhu. Songda's voice came in. Not long after, for villagers came in carrying a box and put it down. Songda stood there. Li Yi nodded and Songda opened the box. Inside were bundles of coupons with the word 1 written on them. Third brother, it's not easy to defend the border. There are 100,000 coupons. You can send many fast horses to carry them to Shu and give them to Yang Huanjin and Huang Xinrong. The 2 of them are the leaders of Shu's salt merchants. I've already written a letter and brought it with them. Let them use the coupons to buy things and give the soldiers at the border a full meal. Oh, there are also a few small mirrors that come with the box. Send it to them to play with. Li Yi pointed to the coupons in the box and an envelope on top of it. Brother Yi, you're in a hurry to print coupons and sell the tea leaves. Li Longji looked at Li Yi. Li Longji knew. Li Yi knew in advance again. At the same time, in order to help, he sent out large quantities of the tea leaves that needed to be sold slowly. He was eagerly waiting for the high-value coupons to be printed, just to buy things for the soldiers at the border. 100,000 coupons. According to the soldiers, sent out this time, each person could get 2 coupons. These 2 coupons would be of great use. Sometimes I suddenly know, sometimes I don't. It's easy to count, but it's ever-changing. Li Yi explained. He could actually wait for the news to come and then rush to print the coupons. However, he had to pretend to be able to calculate at times. There were so many Buddhists and Taoists who could calculate, so why couldn't he? He was from the imperial astronomer and could see the signs of the sky. Good. These 100,000 coupons will be able to put the soldiers at ease. I'll think of a way to send the letter into the palace. Li Longji stopped eating. He got up and pulled his brother along. When the money was outside, someone else carried it. The group entered the forbidden garden from the north and found someone to pick up Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan. Zhang Shua didn't need to as he was on duty tonight. In fact, someone was on duty. Zhang Shua stayed behind because something big had happened. While waiting, Li Longji didn't say a word. He sat and looked at the money in the box, the envelopes on the money, and the mirrors in the 10 small boxes. Yao Chong arrived first. His house was close. He asked Zhang Shua in the political affairs hall, what made His Majesty come back from Li Yi's place? He was in a hurry to summon us. Zhang Shua shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. After waiting for a while, Lu Huaishan arrived. He looked at the 2 of them, waiting for an answer. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua gave him I don't know either expression. Let's go. We'll know when we get there. Everyone was present. The 3 of them entered Xingqing Palace together. Under the illumination of the light, the first thing they saw was the box on the ground, as well as the high-value coupons that they had seen once before. 100,000 coupons. Li Yi took it out to buy food for the soldiers at the border, Li Longji said. Chapter 451. The big box and the coupons in Xingqing Palace were quiet. but Yao Chong and the other two could hear their own heartbeats. Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong. Today, Yao Chong was angry because of the war and last night's play in Nankou. At that time, Yao Chong did not mention Li Yi, but hinted that Li Yi was rich and gave out 4,000 taels. This time, 50,000 soldiers were mobilized. 4,000,000 taels was enough to buy food for 50,000 soldiers. They could eat for 5 days and even see meat. The food in Shu was cheap and prosperous, but it could not be transported to Chang, and it was used to support the Tubo, Turkic, and Southwest. In the end, he just threw it out for a beauty smile. Before the night was over, the money came. 100,000 taels for the soldiers at the border. It was written as a coupon, but it was actually money. There was no difference. Yao Chong walked over and bent down to touch the coupon. Good. Li good. But how do you calculate this money? Li Longji was prepared for this. Ordinary people work for the army and eat pots of wine. This money must be evenly distributed to every soldier. Do not be greedy. Ordinary people. Zhang Shua swallowed. Your Majesty, the coupons must be exchanged for money and cent. Otherwise, the people of Shu will not recognize them. Lu Huaishan thought of the key point. They will. There is also a letter written for the salt merchants of Shu. They have dealings with Li Yi. Li Yi has been receiving things from them. At the same time, 10 mirrors are sent. These mirrors are the foundation to tell the salt merchants of Shu that the Li family Zhuangzi has valuable things at any time. Li Longji knew why Li Yi took out the mirrors. The mirrors could be used as a guarantee for the coupons. Zhang Shua opened the box, and sure enough, it was a mirror. Compared to the bronze mirror, this mirror was easier to clean. The bronze mirror was also very clear after being cleaned. It was not worse than a glass mirror. However, a glass mirror was still difficult to obtain. The Li family Zhuangzi could easily make a lot of food, but they didn't sell it. This meant that Li Yi had not been forced to the point where he was short of money. God knew how many more valuable things he could take out at any time. 100,000 taels. For ordinary citizens, Li Yi is still okay, but Li Yi is an official. Zhang Shua felt that Li Yi had given too little money. Since you're so rich, why don't you give me more? When you start selling mirrors in large quantities, I'll believe that you have money at home. I don't have much at the moment. That's right, all of you are officials. Li Longji looked at Zhang and said, Then hurry up and send these 100,000 coins over. Zhang Shua didn't say anything. He couldn't take out 100,000 coins. At this time, Yao Chong was in charge. Yao Chong was still touching the exchange coupons. After touching it a few more times, he said, Large denominations are good. Good. If we change it to 10 denominations, it'll be easier to pack it up. It was much easier than transporting the copper coins and cloth to the Shu lands, even though 100,000 pieces were still very heavy. In the future, when merchants come and go, they won't have to carry so many heavy things, and they'll need less manpower. The common people use small denominations, and they use large denominations. That's right. Yao Chong immediately supported the printing of larger denominations of banknotes. He didn't have to worry anymore. Otherwise, if they changed to 10 denominations of exchange coupons, it would be 100 times more. It would be best if it was one with 100,000 coins written on it, and Li family Zhuangzi as a guarantee. Yao Chong thought so. He didn't know that in the future, flying money could be done in the Tang dynasty. However, flying money was troublesome to use. There was a time when he had to collect extra money, but when he found that it didn't work, he stopped collecting money. It was just a note, not money. It couldn't be freely circulated. As long as the Shu land salt merchants use it to settle accounts with each other merchants in Shu lands will certainly accept it. The imperial court's currency can be used. Lu Huaishan thought of another layer. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi's money could be spent everywhere. When the imperial court stabilized, he could directly use the Tang dynasty's banknotes to take back the Li family Zhuangzi's money. Li Yi was considered to have helped set up the scene and then changed hands after it was done. Zhang Shuo put down the box. When the time comes, the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons will probably be issued. Why? Lu Huaishan turned to look at him. Would the common people and merchants be willing to exchange the imperial court's money for the Li family Zhuangzi's money? Prohibit the circulation of the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons? Force the common people and merchants to exchange. After the exchange, the imperial court will take the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons to Li Yi for copper coins and silk? Li Yi won't agree. He will sell things, receive the imperial court's currency, and use the imperial court's currency to exchange for his own exchange coupons. The imperial court's currency needs to be backed by something, so the quantity is limited. Li Yi sells things at high prices and makes a lot of profit. He receives the imperial court's currency and gives it to the imperial court. Without the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons on the market, the imperial court's currency is not enough. Zhang Shuo became smarter. He said that the result of the exchange was less currency. The copper coins and silk in the hands of the common people were not accumulated in a year. They produced silk and mined copper to make money every year. How could the imperial court have so much money? If they dared to print more money, they would directly devalue it. What was the point? This matter is not urgent. Wait for me to ask Brother Yi, there is a way. Li Longji frowned and then relaxed. He could not think of a way to deal with it, so he asked someone who knew. When the matter was over, he went out from the back and went to the Li family village in the middle of the night. He told Li Yi that he had someone send the goods up and waited for the results. Yao Chong and the other two in the palace were not sleepy anymore. They arranged for people to carry the goods separately and quickly send them to the Shu lands. This was not only money but also morale. If a soldier could receive 2 taels of money, they would not have to worry about their family's harvest. Of course, when they went there, they had to advertise that the money was obtained by the imperial court. They could not directly say that it was Li Yi. Even if everyone knew what was going on, they still had to use the imperial court's name. When the 3 of them were done, they looked at the time. It was almost midnight, so they did not go home. They planned to sleep for a while in class and wait for dawn. There are so many merchants, but only Li Yi is willing to fork out money. Is it because Li Yi can make money easily? Lu Huaishan ate snacks and drank tea. It is because the merchants are timid. They donated once, but the imperial court continued to ask them for money. Zhang Shuo said from another angle. Yao Chong did not say anything. He sat there and stared at the tea in a daze. He once again pondered about who Li Yi was. He compared him with all the people in history and found that he was different. It felt like he was desperately helping the common people for something, the kind that did not ask for anything in return and did not need fame. If he wanted to be an official, he could take the imperial exam directly. He was not in a hurry to take the exam. Since the 42 students were arranged to the counties, he was busy letting the students find land to plant greenhouses. He stayed at home all day, writing medical books, teaching students and that nurse. If he wanted to plot against the country, he should not have donated gunpowder and hot air balloons. How good would it be to make money? If he had more money, he would go to other places to buy people's hearts, recruit soldiers, and take out gunpowder and hot air balloons to live alone. When his power was strong, he would fight again. He did not. Once he had more money, he would spend it. He looked like he would give money to whoever wanted it. He seemed to want to rely on his own strength to make the Tang dynasty prosperous. Was it not strange? Speaking of shortcomings, he did have one. He liked to eat and could always figure out new foods to eat. UNG, go to sleep if you are sleepy. When Yao Chong was thinking, he heard Lu Huaishan's voice. He shook his head. I am not sleepy. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Don't say it. I am scared. Zhang Shuo quickly waved his hand. He could not do it anymore. There were too many things to do recently. Wait and see. I am sure it will happen. It is Li Yi. Yao Chong was certain. Chapter 452. Pick the cotton, pick the cotton. In the morning, Songda called people to work. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the weather was good, and the cotton in Chang'an would bloom. If they kept picking, they would be able to pick the cotton until September. Now they picked the big cotton balls and used them to make sanitary pads. They gave back the 4,000 yuan they gave to everyone and asked them to buy soap, cosmetics, and sanitary pads. They bought sanitary pads for all the girls in Pyeongkong Square and used them for free for so long. They took the initiative to spend money. Cotton was needed to make sanitary pads. This year, Li planted a large area and could make more quilts. The people in Zhang family's village came early to help. They made a lot of money from the tourism in summer, mainly the rich people in Chang, and brought their children here and asked them to look after them. They were safe and assured. Other people came from outside to Chang, and the other counties were doing the same thing. In the past, they also provided food and lodging, but this time it was more uniform. Everyone followed the requirements. The service in Zhang family's village was the best. People who came by boat and land would hear others talking about Zhang family's village on the way. Li Yi was in charge of their accounts. This year they had to build a lot of greenhouses. They were too busy to do it themselves, so they hired people to do it. The adults in Zhang family's village were also learning to read and write, including the migrant workers. The migrant workers' houses could be moved in half a month and were under renovation. They had already registered with the people in the family Zhuangzi and were ready to be naturalized. They were no longer unregistered residents. They would pay the rent that they should pay. If they were transferred, they would pay. They would not work for the government. Brother Yi, this year, I planted a lot of cotton in Zhuangzi. I made 3 spindles on the spinning wheel. Do you want it? Li Qingqi stood beside Li Yi and watched everyone pick the cotton. No. This year, my Zhuangzi will use a large water-powered spinning wheel to spin hemp and silk. Cotton is not very useful, but I have another type. It can spin 60 spindles at the same time. Unfortunately, there is not enough cotton. Otherwise, I can use a new water-powered spinning machine to spin a few hundred spindles at a time. Li Yi watched everyone working and said to Li Qingqi with a smile, the large hydraulic spinning wheel he was going to use could be used for hemp and silk, but not for cotton. In the cotton industry, he modified the Jenny machine to be operated manually. Then, he left the manual drawings for others to learn. The design was for 60 ingots, and other people were free to add more if they wanted. The big hydraulic wheel for spinning cotton was a real spinning machine. This equipment was good, but he didn't want to take it out immediately. In another dynasty, if he took out such equipment, there would be problems. Everyone would have to plant hemp and rear silkworms. Tang Chao had nothing to do, so he planted hemp and raised silkworms. The most important thing was the food. The people were not stupid. The mulberry and hemp solved the problem of handing in the food. If there was more, they would sell it to earn some money. If there was not, they would just leave it. For example, if there was a single family, they would still prefer to use 3 spindle carts. Those that had dozens of spindle carts would not be able to use them. After spinning, they would be gone. Brother E, ordinary people can't use those things. They don't have enough hemp and silk. Li Qingqi's mind was active and he thought of a problem. I'm taking out this multi-ingot item to provide assistance to the merchants on this trip. Now that I had taken out my exchange coupons, the price of the silk would naturally decrease, and it would lose its function as a currency. This way, more people can wear and use it. The price will be cheaper. There was no way in the past, but now people can buy it. When the imperial court collects it, it will also be used to make clothes for more soldiers. The value of silk is low, and the merchants in this industry feel uncomfortable. I'll help them balance it out. Li Yi was talking about the change in the production structure of the entire society. Paper money was not so easy to take out as it would affect the other currency systems. Li Qingqi stopped looking at other people picking cotton balls. He looked at Li Yi. This cheap brother of his actually started thinking about other things when he took out paper money. Yes, with the appearance of paper money. What about the large amount of silk? Naturally, it would be cheaper, and the people would buy it to wear. The merchants who specialized in silk would suffer losses, and they would need new tools to make up for it. No one thought of that. Fortunately, Brother E helped. I have to tell third brother to call the Prime Minister for a meeting. Li family Zhuangzi had printed too many exchange coupons. Silk was not worth much, but there were silk. Li Qingqi thought of his E-League and quickly stopped buying silk. If he sold the clothes, he would lose money if they were to be destroyed. Li Qingqi was thinking about the E-League, and Li Yi continued. The people who suffered the most losses are not the common people. How much money can the common people have? They're more willing to exchange it for food and then save copper coins. In the past, there were rich people who hoarded copper coins and silk. Oh, they hoarded grain like squirrels. When the silk became cheaper, they suffered a great loss. Fortunately, it will take 2 to 3 years for the exchange coupons to be popular throughout the Tang dynasty. I have to make more money, or else I can't continue printing. This period is a period of relaxation. The imperial court doesn't care about compensation. The imperial court will use the silk. If they don't want so much silk, the common people's mulberry fields can be cancelled. The common people will use it to grow grain, and the imperial court will collect more grain. After hearing this, Li Qingqi stopped thinking about his E-League. The E-League was nothing more than a group of clothing stores. Brother E was talking about the world's major events. Perhaps in Brother Yi's eyes, the E-League and the E-League did not matter. Brother E, how did you make so much money? You have to be as rich as a country, and you are always spending money. The amount of money you threw out has exceeded 400,000 yuan. You always donate money to the Grief, Field Square, and subsidize medicine for the poor. In addition, you gave 250,000 yuan to the students and built the official road to Shu. That's 400,000 yuan. When Li Qingqi said this number, he felt guilty. Many families could not make money for generations, but Brother E threw it away, just like that. There are many ways, but I can't do it alone. I have to involve the imperial court. Otherwise, how can the imperial court issue currency in the future? I used the Li family Zhuangzi's wealth and technology as collateral to produce the banknotes for everyone to use. In the future, if the imperial court wants to distribute the country's money, my money will be a problem. Look at my exchange coupons. There is no Li family Zhuangzi on them. The layout is designed so that the imperial court can take over at any time. Therefore, I have to cooperate with the imperial court to make money and accumulate wealth together. When the situation is about right, I will let go and the imperial court can use the new banknotes to exchange for the old exchange coupons. Li Yi's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a very small matter. Li Qingqi wanted to cry. He wanted to find Zhang Shuo and spit on his face. Last night, Zhang Shuo acted like he was very knowledgeable and said that the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons should not be wasted. Spit. You, Prime Minister? I should really get rid of you. Look at my brother E. He has already thought about it, step by step. And Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan, you still agree with Zhang Shuo. Aya, you should go do odd jobs. You are not suitable for your current position. Fortunately, my brother E is not a foreigner. Otherwise, even if you work together, you can't protect the stability of the Tang dynasty. Brother E, what business do you think? How do you make money? I will write a letter for you. Li Qingqi despised others in his heart and thought of making money. I believe His Majesty has already arranged the use of the salt and gold mines. We can't touch them. Glass and mirrors can make money, but they are mine. If it doesn't involve land, I won't hand them over. Land and coal don't make much money. What if this is Chang'an? Is there tallow and alchemical fire oil? Li Yi said one by one and eliminated all possibilities. When it came to land, he thought of minerals. If coal can't do, then oil can. Chang, and is a place similar to Xi'an. There is oil in Shangxi the kind that does not need to be drilled. Chapter 453. Li Yi thought of something good. The indigenous oil refining method would cause serious pollution. But was it pollution that he was considering now? It was technological innovation and money. How simple was the indigenous oil refining method? In his time, some people in the oil-producing, war-torn countries used a gasoline barrel to refine the oil. When the oil was heated, different temperatures would produce different things. Simple gasoline, kerosene, and diesel could be produced from the beginning to the end by increasing the temperature. The easiest thing to obtain was gasoline. It was not pure enough, and there was kerosene in it. After heating, the kerosene would increase and the gasoline would decrease, but diesel would appear. If he wanted to control the entire process, he would need to add other things and change the process. Li Yi did not plan to add other things, nor did he plan to have more advanced processes. It was fine as long as it could be used. At the same time, there were also byproducts such as paraffin and asphalt. As for butane, propane, ethylene, and other things, they would be wasted. Compared to those people in the war-torn countries, he was relatively better. At least he could build kilns and add various boilers and condensing chambers. Li Qingqi's understanding of oil was only that it could be used to ignite a fire. It was not easy to get rid of it when it stuck to the body. Brother Yi, didn't we say that we can't use Kongming lanterns and kites to burn the enemy? They will learn from us. Li Qingqi thought of this. No, we won't fly kites. With paraffin, we don't need to use alcohol to blow hot air balloons. We can change it to something else. Alcohol can be used to treat the soldiers' injuries. Li Yi did not want to use alcohol. If he changed it to gasoline, he would also use a blowtorch. Using a blowtorch for welding was much more convenient than the current welding methods. The welding method used in the Tang dynasty was fusion welding. Two metals were heated, and the parts that needed to be welded would be joined together when they melted. Brazing. Brazing was similar to welding with added materials. It was a type of material that melted more easily and was placed among other materials that did not melt at the same temperature. In addition, pressure welding was where the copper and iron bars were heated red and smashed together with a big hammer. Welding also used the same principle. The filler was placed on the metal and sprayed on it. The filler was then melted. There was no filler. The two metals were directly burned and stuck together. Of course, the welding could also cut the metal. When the pressure was great and the mouth of the welding torch was big, the flamethrower was produced as soon as the switch was released. The more Li Yi thought about it, the happier he became. This flamethrower could be filled with gasoline, add some sugar, and spray it on the enemy. Li Yi wanted to laugh at himself. Li Qingqi opened his palm and waved it in front of Brother Yi's eyes. Brother Yi, don't scare me. Is that thing useful? It's easy to use, and the key is that it can make a lot of money. As long as others don't know how to handle it, they can't do anything even if they get their hands on it. Li Yi recovered from his reverie and nodded. How much money can we make? Li Qingqi was thinking about the issue of paper money. There must be enough guaranteed items. Oh my God, how much can oil products make now? It depends on how much money the rich family has. Li Yi gave a vague answer. Li Qingqi chuckled. He understood. It was a big deal. The stone that others were unwilling to use would become money in Brother Yi's hands. Oil was not easy to control. It was liquid and flowed, so it needed to be stored in a jar. If you put too little oil, it would smoke. If you put too much oil, it would still burn when the food was ready. When other firewood and coal fell on the body, it could be touched. The burning oil stained his body, and a large piece of his flesh was burned. It was a frightening sight. Brother Yi, I'll help you think of a way. I'll go back to Zhuangzi to check on the cotton harvest there. Give me the blueprint of the thing you have here. Li Qingqi said and ran away. He didn't go to Liuli village at all. If the people there weren't stupid, they would already be picking cotton. He went to the palace and told Zhang Shuo that he wanted to teach him how to deal with the currency issue. At the same time, he would also explain to Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan what industrial relations were. Prime ministers like you, this prince was speechless. When he arrived at Xingqing Palace, Yao Chong and the other two had just finished talking and were about to leave. Stop, no, please stay. This prince has something to say. Li Qingqi accidentally lost his manners. Yao Chong was not angry. Instead, he looked up at the tall canopy and sighed. Sigh. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shuo looked frightened. UNG guessed correctly again. Something big happened. Your Majesty. Li Qingqi decided to bow. Brother. It's better to call me third brother. Li Longji corrected him. Was it important what he called him now? It's like this, about the currency, Li Qingqi began to say. Wow. He mentioned the impact on the current currency system and the issue of currency exchange. Li Longji listened and nodded. At the same time, he looked at his 3 prime ministers. The 3 of them blushed. Even if Yao Chong was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear it at this moment. It was clear that Li Yi had already thought of this when he was planning to print the money. He had planned it out before acting. He understood paper money better than anyone else. They were thinking about the next step, or the step after that, but Li Yi was thinking about the final result. Your Majesty, please summon Jin Ziguang Lu de Li Yi to the court. Yao Chong couldn't hold back and made a request to Li Longji. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and turned to Li Qingqi. Big brother, did you say that brother, he gave out something good again? Yes, I can see the blueprints tonight. There are 2 kinds of new textile products. One is water power and the other is multi-ingot. Li Qingqi gestured a few times and realized that he didn't understand, so he put down his hands. Everyone, please tell me the pros and cons of these 2 things. Li Longji threw the question to the 3 prime ministers. Zhang Shuo scratched his head. It wasn't because he was itching, but because he was worried. He finally realized that after His Majesty met Li Yi, he would always ask questions. He had a habit of asking questions on the spot and making people answer them on the spot. We're not Li Yi. We can't answer every question and answer every question that comes our way. Your Majesty, we can't do that. We don't have the ability to answer your questions during a meal. Li Yi can introduce the food in the first sentence. After you ask and he answers, he will continue to introduce the food in the next sentence. We're not him. He's not human at all. Yao Chong stood at the side and felt the distress of being questioned. He realized that when he asked Li Yi in the past, he didn't think much of it. Now that he was suddenly asked, it was simply, maybe it will speed up the annexation of land. Lu Huaishan said, yes, annexation of land, planting mulberry trees, raising silkworms, and weaving hemp. Zhang Shuo reacted quickly and said, I thought so too. Yao Chong frowned and thought for a while before agreeing. Can it be solved? Li Longji asked naturally. He was used to asking questions before drinking soup with Brother Yi. There would be an answer when he swallowed the soup. Unless Brother Yi was also drinking soup, he could only speak after he swallowed it. The imperial court has ordered that it is not allowed. Yao Chong replied quickly this time. The imperial court has never allowed it. There are always annexations. Li Qingqi was dissatisfied at the side. The imperial court has stipulated which fields can only be planted with grains and not mulberry hemp. Zhang Shuo said in a low voice. He didn't believe it even after saying it. There were already regulations now. The regulations were the amount of mulberry hemp to be planted. Some people even secretly planted grain and then sold it to buy things to exchange for peace. Thank you for your hard work. Li Longji didn't ask any more. The 3 of them took their leave and prepared to go back and think of a solution. Third brother, I'm going to Zhuangzi to pick cotton. You go back early today and ask Brother Yi. Li Qingqi left after saying that. Chapter 454. If we want to solve this problem, we have to start with governance. There is a way, but the people below won't carry it out. During dinner, Li Longji asked the same question he asked the prime ministers during the day. As usual, Li Yi accompanied him to drink and talk about governance. What method? Is it not allowed to change the land? Li Qingqi repeated the prime minister's words. There's no need to give orders, it's useless. The essence of land annexation is the corruption of governance, taking by force. Another factor is that the rent is too high. If the grain can't be produced and the rent can't be paid, they will be forced to sell the land. If the rent is reduced, the people will have grain. Why would they be willing to sell the land? The people don't care what you want to plant, they have to eat. If the rent is reduced and the people have enough grain to eat, they won't sell the land. Unless there's a problem with the local government and they deliberately cooperate with the rich to harm the people. This is governance. Li Yi picked up a green bean and peeled it. The green beans were the last batch. If they wanted to eat more, they would have to eat in a greenhouse. In the eyes of the earth, they would become ripe soybeans. Other people would wait for the ripe soybeans to be harvested. The soybeans that Li family Zhuangzi planted in the land they bought didn't grow well. If the land didn't work, the beanstalks would be turned into the field to raise the land. Then, everyone would eat the green beans. They didn't need to add anything else except cinnamon, bay leaves, and ginger slices. It was too expensive, so they didn't use it. The beans were also covered with a lid and boiled with salt first. They were yellow in color and tasted a little noodle. Li Yi wanted to eat green beans at that time, so he boiled water first. Then, he washed the beans and blanched them in the water. After blanching, he took them out and added salt. This way, they wouldn't turn yellow, but they wouldn't taste good. The land that Li family Zhuangzi bought wasn't fertile enough, so the beans couldn't grow big. There was no other way but to cook the green beans. Reduce the rent. What about the imperial court? Li Longji picked up a green bean and peeled it. I and the imperial court jointly print money and buy what we need. After the commercial tax pilot in Lantian County succeeds, the other 19 counties will also succeed and implement the commercial tax in different ways. Don't the merchants want to annex? After annexation, they will turn it into commercial tax and subsidize the people. Taxes are taken from the people and used by the people. Unlike the current left zong and right zong, where the left zong collected rent and used it to assign and hire commoners to work. Where did Zhuozong go? The officials were given salaries, while the army was given food and fodder. Right to bet was the tribute from the various lands, and it was specially given to the members of the royal family. What was the point of piling it up there? The hidden treasure is the most important thing for His Majesty, because His Majesty doesn't have the final say in the world. Li Yi looked at his two elder brothers. The last sentence was very provocative. Li Longji lowered his head and Li Qingqi raised his head. I see. Li Longji lowered his head and thought for a moment before he understood. Li Longji concluded, Brother Yi, all commoners have to pay taxes. The imperial court takes the money and benefits the poor. That's right. Otherwise, we'll rebel. The gap between the rich and the poor is too big. Coupled with the corruption of the government and the inability of the government to fight, people will definitely take advantage of the situation and the common people will follow suit. Li Yi was talking about the situation after the Tang dynasty. The Lushan rebellion was the beginning. How did the rebels emerge from all over the country? For Li Yi, it was meaningless to think about who to blame in the future. He was here, and he wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. There are too many changes. His Majesty and the courtiers can't react in time. Li Longji knew the struggle they would face after the implementation. It's still early. It hasn't been opened yet. If there's not enough money, the silk can still be used. The main thing is the army. Next year, I don't want to take things out. However, there's no private army that can absolutely intimidate the other forces. No one is afraid. Fortunately, the 16 guards are working hard to train. As long as they are given enough money to live on, they will be stable. The economic base determines the superstructure. Li Yi said a classic sentence. Without money, nothing can be done. The economic base determines the superstructure, Li Longji repeated. He took a deep breath. Yes, that's right. We need money. Private army. Private army must be strong. I really need money. Yes. Li Yi nodded with a smile. I have good weapons here. They should be ready by tomorrow. They're very powerful. Uncle, how powerful are the weapons you're talking about? Empress Wang was interested when she heard about war. As she spoke, she looked down at the baby in the small car. The little guy was not asleep. He opened his eyes and looked at the shaking doll hanging on the small car that Tao Hong touched every few breaths. Sister-in-law, the new weapons are powerful not because they can kill enemies, but because they can be trained in a short time. Ordinary crossbowmen, such as the winged knights, were powerful people during the selection. Even Baggage's team is not ordinary. It takes 3 to 5 years to produce a powerful crossbowman. My weapon can be used in 3 to 5 days. After 30 to 50 days, they are qualified soldiers. They can fight as soon as they go up. They are not worse than crossbowmen. The new crossbows I gave them can't be reloaded continuously. However, with the new weapons, soldiers can attack continuously without getting tired. Li Yi was talking about the flintlock gun. He didn't know that nitrocellulose was a flintlock gun. There were already lighters, so why would he still use a matchlock gun? The flintlock gun directly ignited the flintlock. If he made nitrocellulose in large quantities, he would need to use a lot of copper to make cartridges. Brother Yi, here's a toast to you. Li Longji raised his wine cup and gulped it down first. Li Yi was helpless and drank as well. Third brother, the main thing is to persuade His Majesty to reorganize the 16 guards and unite everything that can be united. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji poured more wine for Li Yi. Li Yi quickly held the wine cup with both hands. Li Chengqi drank from the side. He was proud of himself. He found Brother Yi. Look, how powerful is he? Previously, when he asked the 3 prime ministers in the Xingqing Palace, they had stammered about all sorts of nonsense. The prime ministers had to go back and think about it. They couldn't answer on the spot. Brother Yi didn't take this seriously at all. He solved it while eating, drinking, and chatting. Empress Wang listened and smiled. She liked this kind of relaxed atmosphere. It felt like her husband was asking about politics. The little fellow also made sounds. On the 18th of July, a modified water wheel appeared by the Ba River. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi were adjusting it. There were people who were threshing next to other water wheels, curiously watching. The water wheel made by the Li family Zhuangzi was always free to use. Anyone who was willing to come over and thresh the water was fine. In any case, the water wheel couldn't be moved. They didn't mind the distance. When it was delivered, they would work on it. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want it. However, during the process, there would always be other fragments falling down. This couldn't be taken away. The farmers would collect it. This was good stuff. They would cook it in a pot. Pigs loved to eat it. Li woke up late today. After dinner yesterday, he went back to draw the blueprint of the flintlock gun. He didn't draw the shape, but the manufacturing blueprint. For the time being, he didn't plan to make the rifling for the barrel. Zhuangzi could pull the rifling. The threads could also be used. The rifling was the same. It was just that it was a bit longer. The inspector of Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xan, also woke up very early. To be precise, he woke up in the middle of the night and didn't sleep. The problem with the Qiangong step bed wasn't the craftsman's problem. It was the problem with the wood he bought. He knew that when craftsmen made such a large wooden object, they would use a lot of wood and choose a good place. Then he bought it one after another. He said it was sandalwood. In the end, he went to buy it himself. It smelled good. When the craftsmen started working, they found that it wasn't sandalwood. It was ebony sprinkled with sandalwood powder. It was better for making coffins. Chapter 455. Inspector Zhang Sun, the 2 kinds of wood are very different. The craftsman looked at Zhang Sun Xian with that kind of expression. I know. That day, Zhangsun Xian recalled. That day, many pieces of wood were piled together. The color was about the same, and there was a strong sandalwood fragrance. The merchant who sold the wood even treated him to wine. Everyone was very happy. After that, he ordered them to move the wood here. Today, he used the wood. Which part went wrong? Zhangsun Xian looked at the large pile of ebony and was worried. It was small. Many pieces were needed to make a coffin. Who would want to make a coffin like that? Inspector Zhangsun, we need to buy another batch of wood. The Qiangong step bed requires the largest wooden planks. These small pieces of wood can only be used to make stools and mortise and tenon joints. We saw the gloomy wood. As for the cypress wood, see what you have at home. You're the one who has a coffin made of these small pieces in your house. Zhangsun Xian did not wait for the craftsman to finish and interrupted him. The craftsman hesitated, shook his head, and turned back to work. Zhangsun Xian looked around the pile of gloomy wood with his hands behind his back and cursed. Don't let me catch you, or I'll teach you a lesson. Zhangsun Xian thought he was cheated and wanted to find the merchant. No, I can't take this loss. The drunken immortal house is building it. They need wood. Guan Xiaotan. After a few more rounds, Zhangsun Xian thought he had a solution. You guys pile up the wood according to the original shape, quickly. Zhangsun Xian said to the craftsman and left with his hands behind his back. He returned to his courtyard. Go, call Guan Xiaotan. I have something to discuss with him. The servant ran. Not long after, Guan Xiaotan arrived and greeted Zhangsun Xian with a smile. Inspector Zhangsun is busy with official business. Xiaotan is honored that you can take the time to meet me. No need. I see that your drunken immortal house needs a lot of wood. Coincidentally, I have some leftovers from the Qiangong step bed. I don't know how to arrange it. Zhangsun Xian casually mentioned that he had a piece of wood, and even emphasized that the other party needed wood. Great, let me take a look. If it's okay, I'll buy it at a high price. Guan Xiaotan knew that Zhangsun Xian had invested a lot in making the bed. By now, he probably did not have much money. Just give him some. The owner had instructed him to stay in Lantian County. Then, she would slowly make the bed. If he ran out of money and stopped paying, what would she do? Let's go. I'll show you. Zhangsun Xian pulled Guan Xiaotan's sleeve and turned him around. Inspector Zhangsun, wait a moment. I'll go back and find 2 people who know the trade. I'm not familiar with blockhead. Guan Xiaotan was anxious. I have craftsmen with me. You can ask them. Zhangsun Xian suggested. When the 2 of them arrived, the 16 craftsmen had already piled up and were busy with their work. The pile in front of me is all leftovers. When I bought it, it cost me 70 liang. You can take it away for 50 liang. Zhangsun Xian points at the pile of wood in front of him. When he bought it, it cost 40 CUN. He wanted to earn 10 CUN and take advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi. Guan Xiaotan did not respond directly. He walked over and circled around. He first looked outside and then peeked in through the gap. Why are there so many pieces of wood lying around? How can a pile of wood be piled up like this? Aren't they afraid of collapsing? After a little calculation, Guan Xiaotan understood that there was bad wood inside. Moreover, even if they were all made of the same type of wood, this pile would not be worth 50 taels. How is it? Zhangsun Xian asked. Good wood. I'll take advantage of you for 50 liang. Guan Xiaotan admitted that he could make the decision for anything less than 100 liang. He did not ask the craftsman about the quality of the wood. If he did, it would cause trouble for the craftsman. Should the craftsman tell the truth or lie? If they lied, they would offend the Li family Zhuangzi. If they told the truth, they would offend Zhangsun Xian. Bring the money here. I'll send someone to transport it for you. We'll write it down. Zhangsun Xian was afraid that Guan Xiaotan would go back on his word, so he pulled him to write a business contract. Guan Xiaotan went back to withdraw the money. 5,010 liang coupons. Zhang Sun Xian found some extra workers to load the cart and transport the wood to the construction site of drunken immortal residents. After he left with the workers, Guan Xiaotan called 2 craftsmen to take a look. Xiaotan, this is gloomy wood. It's yellow cypress wood. It's too small and not suitable for making coffins. If there's a place of extreme yang at home that needs to be suppressed, gloomy wood can be used as a decoration. It's not suitable for making other beds, tables, and chairs. The craftsman took a look and introduced it to Guan Xiaotan. Is this thing good? Guan Xiaotan asked. It depends on who uses it. It's good for people who don't know how to use it. Temples, and monasteries, they're willing to use it. The carpenter touched the wood with his hand and said, I'll take it back and ask Dongzhu. I'll need your help here. Guan Xiaotan decided to send it back to Zhuangzi. Several carts, loaded with gloomy wood that was not very uniform in shape, set off. They arrived in Zhuangzi before noon. Dongzhu, Zhang Sun Xian insisted on selling me a batch of wood. It looks like sandalwood from the outside, but there's yellow cypress gloomy wood inside. All of them are too small to make coffins. The craftsman said that if there's one at home. Guan Xiaotan found Li Yi and began to report the situation. Where? Let me see. Li Yi shouted excitedly before Guan Xiaotan finished. It's... Guan Xiaotan didn't finish his words before Li Yi rushed out. Soon, he found a lot of gloomy wood. He squatted there and touched it. Good stuff. Okay. What coffins? This can be used to make musical instruments. If he uses this kind of wood to make a qiangong step bed, he'll die miserably. But if it's used to make musical instruments, the value will be different. Li Yi squatted there with a happy expression. Fortunately, it was yellow cypress gloomy wood. If it was Phoebe Nanmu cork, it wouldn't be suitable for making musical instruments. It could be used to make violins, vertical bamboo flutes, huqin and hengqin. Guan Xiaotan came up. Dongzhu, is the wood good? Good. How much did you buy it for? Li nodded. 50 liang and some sandalwood. Guan Xiaotan answered. Go find Steward Song and get the reward. Oh, right. Have you written the contract? Li Yi remembered something important. Yes, Zhang Sun Xian was afraid that I would go back on my word, so she asked me to write it. Guan Xiaotan smiled sneakily. It's not easy for Zhang Sun Xian. Li Yi sighed and felt sorry for Zhang Sun Xian. Yes. Guan Xiaotan echoed. He could imagine how Zhang Sun Xian would feel when this batch of wood was made into musical instruments by Dongzhu and sold at a high price. When you go find Steward Song, tell him to buy more gloomy wood. I don't want cork, only hardwood. I don't make furniture or coffins. Li Yi thought that everyone's understanding of gloomy wood was in terms of coffins, instruments, and so on, when the value wasn't high by more. When he made gloomy wood into musical instruments, and it became popular, the stock of gloomy wood would be money. Guan Xiaotan happily found Songda. He first said that Li Yi wanted to buy a large amount of gloomy wood, and then mentioned that he had a reward of 100 liang. He didn't take the money and put it on the account. When he needed it, he would buy things from Zhuangzi. For example, when he got married, he would also transfer it to the account. Songda thought about it and found a printing workshop. He asked to advertise in the newspaper that the Li family Zhuangzi was buying hardwood gloomy wood at a high price. The next morning, the newspaper came out and was sent to various places. In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian, who had cheated Guan Xiaotan yesterday, was eating breakfast and got today's new newspaper. She first skimmed through the headlines, then picked the content she wanted to read the most, and then, Chapter 456. Inspector Zhang Sun, wake up, it's not good. Inspector Zhang Sun can't hold on anymore, help me. Zhang Sun Xian collapsed when he saw the Li family, Zhuangzi, buying the gloomy wood at a high price in the newspaper. The servant shouted, and a group of people surrounded him, beating him, pinching him, and finally resuscitating him. "You've gone too far, you've gone too far." When Zhang Sun Xian woke up, she muttered these words. Obviously, he couldn't continue eating breakfast. So Zhang Sun Xian's people carried him back to the courtyard. "Call Guan Xiaotan, call him here." Zhang Sun Xian sat on the chair with a pale face. The servant ran to find Guan Xiaotan. Something big happened. Zhang Sun Xian waited. But before Guan Xiaotan arrived, the merchant who sold him the wood came. "Inspector Zhang Sun, I sold you the wrong batch of wood a few days ago. Some of the wood was sent to the temple. After checking today, I found that it was mixed with the sandalwood. Alas, it's useless for you to keep it. How about this? I'll give you twice the amount of sandalwood. Take the wrong batch of wood." The wood merchant said to Zhang Sun Xian with an apologetic and flattering expression. "Beat him out. Beat him out. Quick, break his legs." Zhang Sun Xian didn't wait for the merchant to finish his words and roared. The merchant turned around and ran away quickly. As he ran, he shouted, "Inspector Zhang Sun, it's true that you took the wrong batch of wood. It's useless for you to keep it. Think about it carefully. Alas, you really beat him." The merchant ran away, and Guan Xiaotan came with 8 people. "Inspector Zhang Sun, you're looking for me?" Guan Xiaotan asked with a puzzled expression. "Xiaotan, yesterday's wood. I sold you the wrong batch. I want to sell you sandalwood, right?" Zhang Sun Xian drank a mouthful of water and said slowly, "It's a batch of wood. Everything is there. It's written on the contract." Guan Xiaotan corrected Zhang Sun Xian's wrong statement. Yesterday, when Zhang Sun Xian wrote the contract, he was afraid that Guan Xiaotan would find it back, so he deliberately didn't write sandalwood, but a batch of wood. Today he regretted it. No matter why the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to buy in large quantities, the price of gloomy wood would definitely rise. Those who had gloomy wood on hand would go to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for the price, and then confirm the price of buying it from other places. "Little Tan, how about this? I'll buy it back at twice the price. How about that?" Zhang Sun Xian took a step back. "Inspector Zhang Sun, after my family's Dongzhu saw those logs, he said that I did a good job and rewarded me with 100 pieces of wood." Guan Xiaotan smiled. Zhang Sun Xian's heart twitched, and she almost fainted again. How much would that batch of gloomy would be worth if it was just a reward of one person? Oh my God! How could this be? Zhang Sun Xian sat there in a daze. She didn't even know when Guan Xiaotan left. Half an hour later, he was called back to his senses by his concubine. After drinking a few more sips of tea, he pursed his lips and pondered. "No, I can't let myself be at a disadvantage. The reply from the imperial court has already arrived. We can use Lantian County as a pilot to collect business tax. Start collecting. Go and check the accounts with them." For the sake of money, Zhang Sun Xian couldn't care about anything else. He went to the county magistrate with the reply he had given after submitting his petition. When the county magistrate saw it, he asked Zhang Sun Xian to write an official document and stamp it. Lantian County would start collecting business tax. Business tax wasn't just for stone quarrying. It included hotels and tea houses. As long as the business reached a certain scale, everything would be collected. 30% tax, 20% tax, 10% tax, etc. For example, stone quarrying fell under 10% tax. Drunken Immortal Tavern, 20% tax. As for wine shops and tea houses, 30% tax. Those who set up stalls didn't collect money. Those who carried poles and sold things also didn't collect money. The people in the yamen went out and went to each place to tell them that starting from the 1st of August, they would start collecting taxes. The accounts had to be recorded properly, otherwise they would be severely punished. The people of Lantian County were stunned when they heard the situation. Tax is collected. It's business tax, not head tax. Is 30% tax a lot? The gross profit is more, but the net profit is less. They collect according to the gross profit. The merchants won't have it easy. I heard that it was Inspector Zhang's son who requested to collect it. He must have thought about it. The people discussed and watched the show. The merchants were unhappy. They didn't need to pay in the past, so why didn't other places pay but only their Lantian County? If they wanted to find someone, they could settle it in court. If they went to the censorate, who would know them? On the morning of the 20th of July, a large group of censors from the censorate brought Zhang's son Xian out. They said that he had set up a scheme and was competing with the people. They also said that he was harming the people and would cause chaos. Li Longji listened and didn't say anything. He knew that the situation would be like this. A group of officials, those who had connections with merchants, those who did business with their families, those who had business with their families, once Lantian County started collecting taxes, when there was nothing else to do, other places would learn to collect taxes, and the taxes would fall on their heads. Who would be willing to give their money to the court? The problem was that not collecting business tax and only collecting agricultural tax was something that the farmers couldn't take. Li Longji thought about it. The people from the censorate were finally done with the accusations and waited. This matter will be discussed later. Li Longji said. He didn't mention anything about withdrawing the taxes. Yao Chong immediately said, Tell Si formed a surname, Mo San, and led his troops south to surrender to the Tang dynasty. This official thinks that he should be given an official title. The topic changed from internal matters to external matters. The Tiela tribe had a total of 9 surnames. Si Jia was a surname, but it wasn't one of the 9. It was an external surname. There was a person called Mo San. He brought his tribesmen to surrender. He went to Chang'an. If the Tang dynasty was willing, he and his tribesmen could enter the Tang dynasty to live. Yao Chang's intention was to give him an official title and let him go back. These people were unreliable. If they surrendered today, they might be in trouble tomorrow. Why did they surrender? Because Zhang Shaosong was helping the Ferganians fight against Aduda. Aduda was a king in the western regions, jointly promoted by Tubo and the Abbasid Caliphate. Aduda first went to fight against the Ferganians. The Ferganians paid tribute to the Tang dynasty every year and even sent people to greet them. When he was beaten, he asked for help from the Tang dynasty. This had to be saved. If he didn't save them, they would have come to pay tribute for nothing. Zhang Shaosong led his troops and killed along the way. Every city they came across was taken care of. The war was not over yet. According to history, the war would last until November. In the end, Aduda ran into the mountains and didn't come out. The result was that hundreds of cities were conquered and 3 cities were massacred. Aduda didn't have many people left. After Zhang Xiaosong's beating, the others were scared. The previous 10 surnames and the current Si surname were all scared. The Tang dynasty didn't need their soldiers to help the Tang dynasty fight at the border. If they relied on them, the Tang dynasty soldiers wouldn't have a sense of crisis. Once they surrendered, they were given an official title, which meant that it was fine. Don't worry, they won't beat you. Go back. Li Longji didn't need to worry about such a small matter. A tribe could fight against the Tang dynasty easily. Fighting against the Tubo was tiring, but fighting against them was easy. When Li Longji returned to Zhuangzi at night, he told Li Yi about Zhang's son Xian. I heard that many people from the censorate were impeaching Zhang's son Xian in the court. They said that he was competing with the people. It's not a big deal. They can't do anything. There's no harm in annexing the land. There are still ways to deal with it. Li Yi wasn't worried about this. Could they run away with annexing the land? They still had to pay the money. Chapter 457. Li Yi knew that after the Lushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty had no money, so they used 2 tax laws and monopolized salt and iron wine. At that time, the officials did not object. It was the same now. If they objected, they would release the officials. If you have the ability, you can rebel. After killing so many people in recent years, who cares about you? Li Longji heard Li Yi's casual words and felt relieved. I wonder how much money the governor will get from collecting business taxes. Li Longji did not collect any taxes and wanted to get a number from Li Yi. It depends on what kind of taxes are collected, whether the taxes are uniform, and how much the local tax is cut. Only then can we determine the tax revenue of the governor. Li Yi could not answer. The trial run was still in progress, and the place had not changed. After paying taxes in one place, the merchants could not pay taxes in another place. They needed to show the receipts of one place to the other place. The receipts could not be casually issued and had to be recorded. Li Longji also thought of this problem when he heard the local tax. Brother Yi, what should we do if the local government casually issues receipts and the merchants bribe the local officials? Easy. I will make a kind of receipt called a triplicate receipt. At the same time, I will use wax to make carbon paper. Each set of 3 receipts has a separate number. When the local government issues the receipt, I will make 3 copies. 1 copy will be given to the merchant, 1 copy will be credited to the account, and 1 copy will be kept as a counterfoil. At the end of the year, or the chosen date of settlement, I will check the receipt. I will not be able to pull out any of the receipts, as the serial number will not match. There will be anti-counterfeiting measures on the receipt. No one can fake it. When I reach the next place, I will record the receipt. I will leave the date, the person who handled it, and the receipt number. In this way, I will not take out a single cent. I will take as much as I need and leave a portion for corruption and benefit the people. The rest will be handed over to the imperial court. I will use paper money to reduce the losses on the road. This is easy to make. I can even make money. Li Yi, as usual, casually gave a solution. Li Longji smiled and nodded. This was his brother Yi. If he asked the same question to all the civil and military officials, they would not be able to come up with an answer. That's right. When I go to work tomorrow, I will ask the Prime Minister and the others. I will let them think of a solution. After the meal, Li Longji returned to his courtyard to review the memorials. Li went to the workshop. He wanted to design colored pencils, the kind with red and blue lead. Otherwise, with an ordinary pencil, the first couplet could be erased and rewritten. Whether it was the entry in the account or the stub, it was difficult to check. Because the first piece of paper was written with a pencil, he rolled up the second piece of paper and wrote a number first, which then fell onto the third piece. If the third piece is given to a merchant as proof, the merchant will take it away. The pencil mark on the first sheet was erased, the second sheet was opened, and a new number was written on the second sheet. He could only use colored pencils. A ballpoint pen was out of the question. How was he going to make that bead? The quill pen was inconvenient to use. If he used too little strength, he wouldn't be able to make a copy. If he used too much strength, he would tear the paper. Colored carbon paper was easy to make. All he had to do was add color to the wax paper used by the local reporting office. After the workshop heard this, they immediately started working. Pencils were made into pencil cores and then wrapped in paper to replace the wood outside. The printing of the triplet was done on paper of the same color. The craftsman would carve the wooden planks and print one set first. This set would be used for demonstration. The serial numbers were the same. Otherwise, he would have to design a copper plate. The next morning, when Li Longji left, he brought along a complete set of things. Just like that. During the court meeting, Yao Chong didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan weren't in a good state either. It had been a few days, and Li Yi had stopped. This didn't make sense. Something was going to happen. The matter of collecting taxes was discussed before, so it didn't count. Sure enough, after everyone finished talking, Li Longji still ignored those who accused Zhangsun Xan. He didn't dismiss the meeting. His eyes swept over the officials, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Everyone was creeped out. What was His Majesty going to do? I want to ask. Collect taxes. If you have a shop, collect taxes. If you can't run away, you can pay it directly. Merchants can't pay taxes every time they arrive at a place, right? How much tax do you have to pay on the way from Hangzhou to Beijing? You are all talents of the Tang dynasty. Do you have any ideas to solve this problem? Li Longji's voice contained a hint of expectation. Do you have any good ideas? If you do, promote your official position. Yao Chong and the other two, including Wei Jigu, closed their eyes at the same time. His Majesty is looking for trouble. I have a solution. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue stood up. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue was just a title. Zhong Xiaojing was in charge of the Calligraphy Association. Bai Gu had finished his term in Hunan and was about to return to Chang'an. When he came back, he would be the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Everyone looked at the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, but Yao Chong and the other three didn't. They knew that the Assistant Minister was stupid. How could he be so easy to solve? I think we should follow the law of water transport. The local government will issue a document and verify it in Chang, and if the document doesn't match the local government's data, it will be judged. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue talked about the water transport. The local government will put the grain and other things on the ships and verify the numbers. When they arrive at Chang, and they will verify it again. If the local government is cheating, write a certificate for the merchants and write less of your own. The local government will keep the extra money. Li Longji asked softly. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue hesitated. We can ask the local officials to supervise each other. What if they all embezzle? Li Longji's voice was still as soft as ever. Send a trustworthy person to the local government to keep an eye on them. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue added. I trust you, Li Longji said with a smile. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue lowered his head. I am willing to go. Who else can think of a solution? Li Longji ignored the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue heaved a sigh of relief and quickly shrank back. Otherwise, he would be sent away. I have a solution. Shui Riyong, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, stood up. I ask the Imperial Court to create something that is difficult to imitate. The amount of money will be marked on it and sent to the local government. The local government will verify the tax paid by the merchants and issue a certificate. After a period of time, the remaining certificates will be checked. The amount of tax will naturally be the amount of tax collected. Just like the exchange certificate, the tax will be 12 bushels and 220 coins. The tax will be given to 12 bushels, one for 200 coins and one for 20 coins. Shui Riyong explained his solution. Li Longji nodded. Minister Shui has put in a lot of effort. However, if the merchants take the certificate, can they give it to others and use it next time? They can write down the date on the paper. The day, how many goods, what goods, and how much they are worth. Shui Riyong had a solution. Only the date of tax payment, not the date of arrival. If they write down the location of arrival, how will they verify it with the place where the certificate was issued? If they can't verify it, won't the merchants be able to use the certificate to evade tax? Li Longji raised another problem. You want to write down the date in another place? Good idea. As for how to do it, I can't think of anything. Shui Riyong shook his head. Going back, no, it was too tiring. Li Longji maintained his smile as his gaze slowly swept over the place. Yao Chong directly said, Your Majesty, I can't think of anything. It's too complicated. Why don't we wait for them to enter a place and directly collect the tax? If they don't want to sell, then don't enter the county. Otherwise, no matter what they say, they will all be taxed. Zhang Shuo stood up and cupped his fists, nodding in agreement. Then, how is the Imperial Court going to check the place? Li Longji said regretfully. Your Majesty, tell us. What did Jin Ziguang, Lu de Li Yi say? Lu Huaishan signaled Li Longji to stop messing around. Chapter 458. The officials in the small court meeting looked helpless. Lu Huaishan had reminded them. His Majesty must have a plan. What's the point of teasing us? What do you think, Li Yi said? We'll just listen. Why bother? Li Yi is not a normal person. He's full of bad ideas. Don't think we don't know that he was the one who suggested collecting taxes. From the night when the curfew was lifted, to collecting management fees, to collecting sanitation fees, he began to think about how to get money from the merchants. He can make money himself and is willing to spend money for the people and soldiers of the Tang dynasty. We don't dare to target him. Zhang's son Xian has no ability. He's unlucky. Lisher, bring it to the officials. Li Longji said to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher brought a set of things to the front. He wrote with a colored pencil and placed carbon paper on top of it. As he wrote, he said, the numbers must be written with 2 different characters. They must be the same. There must be a serial number below. In the future, every 3 pieces of paper will have different numbers and can be connected. There will be 3 copies. The upper part will be written with this colored pencil. There will be no writing brush. The lower part will be printed with the same handwriting. Write the date here, as well as the person who handled it, the goods, the price, and the taxes. 1 copy will be given to the merchant. 1 copy will be entered into the account, and the last copy will be kept. The receipt for the record cannot be placed in the same place as the receipt for the account. Otherwise, a fire will burn it all. Where will we find it? Wherever we go along the way, the situation will be recorded and the serial number will be recorded. At the same time, a seal will be placed on the merchant's receipt. The same seal cannot be used in the same place. It's the same for the same serial number. When the merchant wants to cheat and collect the accounts, he just needs to keep an eye on a certain merchant and check. The officials looked on, some sweating on their foreheads. There were also some who muttered, Li Yi is evil. From local officials to merchants, no one can escape, unless the merchant can open up all the channels. Otherwise, if the price is too low, the merchant will take the receipt to another place. The other party won't admit it and will record it. Someone next to him said, the receipt and the stub should be separated. If a fire can burn both places at the same time, the house should also be confiscated. General Gao, what if it's wrong? Zhang Shuo asked. Replying to Prime Minister Zhang, if it's wrong, the 3 pieces will be invalid, but you are not allowed to tear them down. If the numbers are connected, missing 1 will be a big problem. Gao Lisher continued to speak. He finished a copy for everyone to admire. He had specially practiced this kind of pen before. The Li family Zhuangzi had a carbon strip pen. Good stuff. In this way, the local officials and merchants can't be faked. Amazing, an official said with a look of relief. Humph, Yao Chong snorted. It depends on who is the local official and who is the merchant. Change it to, humph. Yao Chong didn't say who it was, but everyone understood. I don't believe that there are still loopholes to exploit. I feel that it is indeed possible. If he can think of this, he must have thought of something else. Why didn't I think of that? You didn't even think of that. Gao Lisher didn't care what they were talking about. He put down his pen after he finished writing and stood to the side. He was now keeping up with the pace. If the Li family Zhuangzi had anything, he would definitely learn it first. Everyone, is it safe to collect taxes like this? Li Longji's voice rang out softly beside the officials. At the same time, he had a loudspeaker in his hand, the one with a recording function. He turned on the recording function. Everyone was lamenting Li Yi's strict design. When they heard His Majesty's question, they all spoke up. Good, it can't run away. How much taxes are collected? Once we check the accounts, we can definitely find out if there is a problem. Not bad, so taxes can be collected like this. In the future, the Tang dynasty will no longer lack money. Merchants are the richest. My family has a merchant, I know. If only we officials of the censorate could come up with a similar method. This 3 copies of tax receipts is simply amazing. Li Longji listened with a smile on his face. The monarch and his officials were harmonious. When almost everyone had praised the tax collection, Li Longji turned around and left. Everyone studied and lamented Li Yi's ingenuity for a while before returning to their seats. There were many people, but there were no chairs. Since everyone agrees to collect taxes, I will follow your wishes. Li Longji's smile did not change. Your Majesty, you can't. Merchants are difficult and have no output. They only facilitate the transportation of goods. How can we collect taxes? The person who agreed just now, who was a merchant in his family, jumped out. Li Longji turned on the loudspeaker, and a voice came out. I took a magical weapon from Brother E, a real magical weapon. It can record the words of others. Everyone listen to it. Is it fun? I think this is a good item. If anyone says something and suddenly denies it, it will be a crime of deceiving the monarch. Li Longji looked at the official who had a merchant in his family. This person sweated profusely, but he did not bother to wipe it off. Your Majesty, merchants have no output, but they buy low and sell high to make profits. They do not have the hard work of farming, and they do not suffer the hardships of craftsmen. They only know how to trade and do not benefit the country. Heavy taxes should be levied. Good, I will listen to you. Li Longji praised the official who had a strong desire to survive and immediately took action. The others did not say anything. They looked at Li Longji with resentment. Your Majesty, you are not a gentleman. How can you do something like this? What is that? It can even record people's voices. Everyone is busy. Please go and work. The Tang dynasty depends on you to make the people rich and the soldiers at ease. Li Longji stopped laughing and said seriously. All the officials bowed one after another, turned around and left. They knew that the matter of collecting taxes could not be changed. His Majesty's recording was just a joke. If His Majesty said that he wanted to collect taxes, anyone who did not agree would be demoted to a small official. The censorate's impeachment was a test. Seeing that His Majesty had taken out the perfect 3 copies of invoices, they knew that His Majesty's will could not be changed. His Majesty raised 30,000 winged knights in the Forbidden Garden, and also used his private money to provide the 16 guards with delicious food and prizes. The 16 guards practiced every day. They wanted to eat meat, drink wine, and take things. His Majesty was talking to them nicely. If they did not know what was good for them, the officials understood and began to think about how to spend the money in the future when the court had more money. They had to build roads, repair riverbanks, make more powerful weapons, and increase their own salaries. They could not increase their official salaries, but they could take extra ice in summer, charcoal in winter, vegetables in greenhouses, and rice with more meat. Your Majesty, the printing and manufacturing methods of the 3 copies of invoices and carbon paper cannot be kept in private hands. Yao Chong and the other 2 did not leave. He advised Li Longji to get it. Li Yi could print, so they had to be on guard. Minister Yao, do not worry. Brother, Yi will hand it over when the time comes. My brother, Yi will not use this method to make money. It is easy for him to make money. Li Longji comforted the officials. He was not worried that Li Yi would use these things for personal gain. There was no need. He felt that Li Yi did not even think about making money when he did not need it. When he needed it, he could amass a large amount of wealth in a short time. Your Majesty, we still have to ask if there are any flaws in this method. Lu Huaishan still felt that Li Yi could take advantage of the loopholes. I will ask tonight. Li Longji agreed. He was also curious if it was possible to cheat with the 3 copies of invoices and records of various places. If it was a local official, how to gain benefits. If it was a merchant, how to avoid paying taxes. Chapter 459. Your accounts are wrong. At the Lantian County Mine, Zhang Sun Xan looked at the accounts and roared. What's wrong? Shopkeeper Liang was on duty today. He didn't understand what Zhang Sun Xan meant. Where? I don't understand. What do you mean by 1 table equals 2 tables plus 3 tables? 2 tables equals 4 tables plus 5 tables. 3 tables equals 6 tables plus 7 tables. There are so many tables in your accounts, borrowing and loaning. Aren't you guys annoying? How can you keep accounts like this? Zhang Sun Xan was in a bad mood. The tax hadn't been collected yet, but he came to check first. The mind gave him face. Empress Wang's brother-in-law let him check. The accounts were sent up and there were tables. Zhang Sun Xian was numb. His whole body was numb, and his ears were ringing nonstop. It's Li Dongzhu's request. Otherwise, it wouldn't be convenient for him to check the accounts. There are also accounting reports. Do you want to take a look? Shopkeeper Liang suddenly felt a sense of superiority and was happy. Every month, there would be a monthly accounting report. There would be data and text introduction in it. Did the production increase or decrease? What was the situation? Why? Next year, there would be a year-on-year comparison. All kinds of data, including tables, would be provided. Shopkeeper Liang looked at Zhang Sun Xian and thought, so what if you're a fourth-rank official? This is called professionalism. You want to check our accounts with your little ability? Zhang Sun Xian, who was despised, didn't want to look at the accounts. He asked, what are your stones used for? Some can be used as fertilizer. It depends on what kind of plant and the pH of the soil. We have been collecting and crushing them. They haven't been sold yet. When we sell them, there will be a lot of them, and we will have to pay a lot of taxes. We don't care if we sell them in advance to avoid taxes. Shopkeeper Liang explained the situation. They would wait for the taxes to start before selling them. Zhang Sun Xian curled his lips. The people don't know. You want to sell them, but can you sell them? Inspector Zhang Sun may not know, but we only need to sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. When the taxes start, the Li family Zhuangzi isn't a mining place, so they don't need to pay taxes to Lantian County. In the future, we can even sell uncrushed fertilizer ores to the Li family Zhuangzi at a low price. The Li family Zhuangzi will process them, mix them with other mineral fertilizers, and sell them to others at a high price. It has nothing to do with us. Shopkeeper Liang was very patient as he slowly explained to Zhang Sun Xian. Tell Zhang Sun Xian that we can easily escape the tax, but we won't. Don't think that you are checking the accounts. Zhang Sun Xian was dumbfounded. So there was such a trick? Since you have a way, why don't you use it? Zhang Sun Xian asked subconsciously. Li Dongzhu took out 250,000 taels to build the road to the Shu lands. He can also take out 100,000 taels to give to the soldiers at the border. Is he short of money? Shopkeeper Liang despised him even more. You're the Empress's brother-in-law. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to cry. What little money? Was it easy for him to earn money? Now he had to buy new sandalwood to make the Qiangong step bed. Sure enough, business tax should be collected. You merchants earn so much, yet you don't take it out. Inspector Zhang Sun, the accounts are complete. Other than fertilizer, there are also additives for making new paper, which are also ores. There were also ores for burning cement, ores for improving the quality of ceramics, and ores for smelting metals. Gold and silver were not included, but some of the associated ores have copper. This copper, in the end, you can't control it. It will be done at Zhuangzi's place. Shopkeeper Liang did not hide anything and said everything. The place they occupied was marked out by Li Yi. There were too many mines in Lantian County, and they all had great uses. I am the inspector. I can restrict your business. Zhang Sun Xian finally found the key. Among the people working in the mines, there are more than 1,100 people from Lantian County. There are more than 600 people in the auxiliary jobs. Adding the others, there are more than 2,000 people working in Lantian County. Behind each mine is a family. The safety of the mines is good and the wages are high. The people have a way to live. Inspector Zhang Sun wants to cut off the livelihood of more than 2,000 people in Lantian County. If you force him, the people will rebel. Shopkeeper Liang looked into Zhang Sun Xian's eyes. His gaze was sincere. He was not lying. The people working in the mines and the auxiliary services earned more than 3 times the money. More than 2,000 households. Lantian County was a county with many households and people, but there were only 2,000 households. How close was Lantian County to Chang'an? If the people were to rebel, not to mention you, a fourth-rank official, ask the Prime Minister if he would be afraid. No, no such thing. You can't talk nonsense. Zhang Sun Xian's intelligence was finally online. Inspector Zhang Sun, speaking of which, help me take a look at this broken stone. I really don't recognize it. Please take it back and ask someone who knows. Shopkeeper Liang saw that his goal of intimidation was achieved. He immediately took out a piece of jade, Lantian jade. It had not been ground yet, let alone polished. There was a part of the stone outside. The method used to remove the jade was to take a thread. The thread was dipped in water and sawed bit by bit to remove the stone outside. The Lantian mountain of Lantian jade was under the control of the imperial court. It was occasionally found in other places. It was a nephrite jade. It was relatively easy to carve, but hard jade was difficult. To carve hard jade, one needed to use stones from other mountains, such as diamond. Zhang Sun Xian did not consider the problem of carving. He looked at the jade in his hand that still had other stones. His breathing became hurried. He suddenly felt that Shopkeeper Liang was a good person. This person was just a bit too straightforward. Okay. I'll find someone to ask. I'll let you know when I find it. Zhang Sun Xian smiled. Thank you, Inspector Zhang Sun. Shopkeeper Liang showed a grateful expression. Thus, Zhang Sun Xian, who had come over to do official business, left in a good mood after finishing his official business. Li family Zhuangzi night. Brother Yi, if you were an official, would you be able to get money? Li Longji asked on behalf of the officials. Is it from the accounts or from the hands of merchants? Li Yi asked. Both. Li Longji added. It's more troublesome to get money from the accounts. If the goods need to be taxed with 20 taels and 300 taels, I'll just write 20 taels and 200 taels. In the case of 100 taels, the merchants won't haggle. I'll keep the extra 100 taels and have to share it with my colleagues. The accounts are there and can't be changed. This is a tax account. If you don't cooperate with the merchants, don't even think about touching it. Li Yi said that if the triple coupons were carefully examined, there would be no cheating. There were also records of the amount and coupon number outside. How could the tax collected be too little? What about the latter? Li Longji was relieved. Cooperating with the merchants is simple. For example, the merchants transport dried fruits and hazelnuts. The prices are different because of the quality. I cooperate with the merchants and lower the prices. If the price is low, the merchants will share some with me and the merchants will bribe others. The price of a ship is 100 taels. If we bribe the merchants, we will pay 80 taels and the merchants will still earn 20 taels. Li Yi said another method of cooperation to cheat the imperial court. Li Longji frowned. Sure enough, it's still a problem with people. No matter what the law is, it has to be implemented on the people. However, this method can still be investigated. It's not as safe as the first method. Just earn a little money and don't think about getting big. Li Yi said the situation inside. Cooperating with the merchants to cheat. One check will be accurate. Do you think auditing is a waste of time? What if you are a merchant? Li Longji asked from another angle. If I'm a merchant, it's much simpler. I can also sell hazelnuts, and I can pay less tax. Li Yi said and laughed. Chapter 461. Bai Gu felt dizzy. The Empress was raising a child on Li Yi's Zhuangzi? Where's His Majesty? Bai Gu rubbed his temples. His Majesty comes to court in the early hours of the morning. In the afternoon, he might go to see someone in the imperial harem. In the evening, he will return to Li family Zhuangzi. It's close by. He can come back in time if he has something to do. Lu Huaishan put down his chopsticks and rubbed his temples. Have you considered safety? Bai Gu didn't care where the emperor lived. He was worried that Zhuangzi was not as safe as the imperial city. Safety? Humph. Yao Chong snorted. Li Yi has a lot of good stuff. That kind of sky-piercing monkey that is arranged in rows. Zhang Shua continued, "There are also hot air balloons. Currently, there are about 50 of them on Zhuangzi. When the imperial quartz craftsmen are done with the outside, they will bring it to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will assemble another thing. The wing knights train all day. I don't dare to think about the money they burn. If the situation is urgent, the hot air balloon team will protect His Majesty, the Empress, and the child and escape." Li family Zhuangzi's fighting strength is higher than the imperial cities? Bai Gu seemed to understand. As the Minister of War, Yao Chong nodded. The imperial city is not suitable for cavalry charges. Most of the wing knights are outside the city in the Forbidden Garden in the north. If they want to besiege the Li family Zhuangzi, the Li family Zhuangzi only needs to hold on for 15 minutes. The winged knights will be able to launch an overwhelming echelon attack. The cavalry will go around the imperial plantation, the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Zhang family village. Bai Gu nodded repeatedly. He found that it was true. The imperial city fought with infantry, while the outside fought with cavalry. In that case, let's see if the Li family Zhuangzi can hold on for 15 minutes? Bai Gu concluded. The Li family Zhuangzi is next to the Ba River. Later, the Zhang family's village and the Li family Zhuangzi dug artificial canals. There are only 4 small bridges to cross the river. Lu Huaishan gave a watertight explanation. Bai Gu understood. That was the moat. He hadn't been back for 2 years, and now there was a military base beside Chang'an. What do you mean by not being able to know His Majesty? Bai Gu brought up what had just happened. Let me tell you, I'll have to start from when King Song went to the imperial plantation. Zhang Shua began his introduction. By now, the dishes had already turned cold. So, it wasn't Your Majesty who sent Li Yi to Hunan province. He made preparations in advance. Does Your Majesty regard him as the foreign minister? As Bai Gu spoke, he looked at the faces of the 3 prime ministers. There was no anger as he had imagined, only a trace of helplessness. He has many ideas. So what if he's the foreign minister? Zhang Shua said, resigned to his fate. AI. Lu Huaishan sighed. Heat up the dishes. Let's eat. Yao Chong changed the topic. After finishing the past lunch, Bai Gu hurried back to his office at the Ministry of Revenue to check on the situation of the tax collection and the triplet receipt. At night, Zhang Shua pulled Wei Jigu along to eat at the revolving restaurant in Earthly Paradise. Today, he deliberately left a table open. Otherwise, it would always be full. There were many rich people. Bai Gu asked about Li Yi in detail. After the banquet ended, he returned home. His family lived in the 2nd row on the west side of Vermilion Bird Avenue. It was the 5th square from south to north, Huaijin Square. It was also the 5th square from north to south. The next day, he asked for leave, saying that he had to arrange the affairs of his family. He turned around and ran to Li family Zhuangzi. Old Bai. Li Yi shouted at the bridgehead of the Ba Bridge. Xiao Yi. Bai Gu, who had been given a luxurious carriage as soon as he arrived in the capital, got off and called out. Quick, old Bai, come with me. I'll give you a bite mark. In 2 days, I'll inlay it on you. I've inlaid it on Zhuya's Golden Mountain. Zhuangzi's missing teeth are now using my teeth. No, the teeth I inlaid. Li Yi stepped forward, took Bai Gu's arm and led him inside. Bai Gu's attendant curiously sized up Zhuangzi and carefully followed behind. Bai Gu was also watching. Sure enough, it was as the information he had gathered. There were palace maids and eunuchs following Li Yi. The villagers of Li family Zhuangzi who didn't work wore beautiful clothes. Those who worked wore work clothes. There were guards standing guard, winged knights patrolling back and forth, and hot air balloons floated in the sky. The children who woke up later than the adults and ate later than the children wore the same clothes and entered the classroom. Xiao Yi, it would be great if all the people in the world were like this. Bai Gu was also shocked by Zhuangzi's culture and scenery. There will be, upstairs and downstairs, electric lights and telephones. Li Yi spoke out the thoughts of the older generation. At that time, those people felt that it was a dream to be able to live upstairs and install electric lights and wired telephones. Later, the wired telephones were removed one after another. They were only installed under special requirements. Otherwise, they were all mobile phones. Compared to that time, what was Zhuangzi now? Electric lights and telephones? Baigu found the key words. There are electric lights in Zhuangzi now. Telephones. I can make them. We'll talk about it later. Right now, it's not very useful. It's just something that can talk to each other from a long distance. Li Yi explained briefly and brought Baigu into the hospital. First, they cleaned up the 3 missing teeth and left bite marks. Okay, I'll install them for you in a few days. You need to put them on the teeth at the side. You don't need to plant them. Even if all the teeth fall out and your mouth is full, I'll still install them for you. You can introduce anyone to me. I'll pay you the same price. Li Yi smiled and said to Baigu, who was feeling the treatment of the teeth. Baigu also smiled. He knew what Li Yi meant. The people he could find were of similar ranks or had other abilities. Xiao Yi, I'm the Minister of Revenue now. Baigu chatted with Li Yi. I know. You're of the same rank as me. I'm also a primary 3rd rank official. Li Yi took out his golden purple light, Dr. Title, and said. Baigu looked at Li Yi, which meant, don't you know the difference between a civil official and an official with real power? There are many 3rd-rank civil officials, but there are 2nd-rank civil officials. Can they be compared to the Minister of Revenue? Xiao Yi, take care of the Ministry of Revenue. I just know that you came up with the idea to collect business tax in Lantian County and use the more useful triple coupons. Baigu talked about business. The former Minister of Revenue followed the prescribed order. When he came over, what awaited him was business tax. From the Tang dynasty until now, business tax had never been collected. The people paid rent for farming and took the rent. Suddenly, business tax came. He didn't know how to play. Minister, about the tax, the local government must leave a certain percentage for the local government to use to build roads and do things that benefit the people. The taxes in the county will be paid to the state government. A portion will be left in the county, and 10% will be left for a trial. Lantian County doesn't count. We need to make up for the deficit first. The state government can keep 15% of the tax, and the remaining 75% will be handed over to the Ministry of Revenue. Let's see if this ratio is useful. If not, we can adjust it. Li Yi changed the way he addressed him and talked about business. Baigu heard and asked, we already have paper money. It's convenient to transport. Can't we leave some for the local government? We will allocate some for the local government when there's a need. If there's no money, who will collect taxes for you? Let the local officials see the benefits. Only then will they be willing to take action. Li Yi looked at Baigu in surprise. You want them to be corrupt? Baigu was also surprised. Their corruption is the Ministry of Personnel's business. Of course, the Ministry of Revenue can check the accounts. After collecting business tax, the Ministry of Revenue will start to consider canceling the transfer of the people. The local government has money. They will recruit the people in the form of employment. The people will have an extra 20 days of free time. Li Yi had been keeping an eye on the canceling of the transfer. The free 20 days of labor was a scam. They had to prepare their own food and go to designated places. Even if they worked hard for 20 days, they wouldn't be able to recover in half a month. The work was different. An unprofessional person would get half the result with twice the effort. What if the tax left by the local government is not enough to pay the remuneration? Baigu didn't oppose the canceling of the transfer. Everyone knew that, but he had no choice. He was worried that the tax was not enough. Chapter 462. If the county does not have enough money, we will see if the project is necessary. If it is necessary, we can apply for funds from the government. Li Yi did not think that this was a problem. If they did not have money, then don't do it. He turned around and said, the Ministry of Personnel's assessment should be based on the development of the region. The shops in the region have to pay taxes. If the taxes are not collected, it means that the locals have no money. If the locals have no money, we will find ways to make them rich. Take Lantian County, for example. If I go there to buy land and collect stones, many people will have money. There are also 20 counties in the capital. I will give a demonstration to each county this year and teach them how to plant greenhouses. If they are willing next year, I will pay for them to buy cloth, build heating roads, and even help them sell vegetables. If they have money, they can spend it. The shops will make money and pay taxes. If the taxes are high, the county will have more money. If they have the ability, they can make the people's income double and collect an extra 100,000 coins in taxes. I will let them embezzle 50,000 coins. Li Yi stated his purpose. Bringing the people to live a good life and earning money for the imperial court was the priority. The officials themselves could earn money later. Bai Gu understood. The officials, the people, and the businessmen would earn money together. The officials would find ways to find people like Li Yi to spend money to bring the people to earn money. The more they earn, and they can even be promoted. In the long run, the officials will become corrupt and difficult to control. Bai Gu disagreed. Aren't the officials now greedy? Li Yi said lightly. Bai Gu's mouth moved. Translated, it was, "Old Tai, it hurts." They were both greedy. One was when the people had no money, so they took money from the people. The other was when the people earned money. Then they got greedier. Both were wrong, but the people preferred the second type. After a while, Bai Gu could finally speak. What should the local government do? I will take out 2 types of spinning wheels, the hydraulic wheel and the multi-spindle treadmill. Go to various places to process cloth. The people who do farm work will have time to work. Li Yi gave an example. He realized that there were too few new inventions in the Tang dynasty and could not be compared to the Song dynasty. When it was the Ming dynasty, it was even more impressive. New technologies were emerging one after another. In addition, I have new technologies for papermaking, coal application, and coking. These will be a boost to the smelting of iron. With more iron, more tools could be made. Weaving more cloth today, farming more tomorrow, improving the axle to transport more, burning cement, repairing roads, and building houses faster. Everyone needs manpower. People work and earn money. Only then can the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Li Yi explained it to Bai Gu. He realized that many people could not keep up with his train of thought. He understood almost everything. It's not that easy to come up with ideas and techniques to make money. Why don't you come up with a way to make money now? Otherwise, I don't believe you. Bai Gu said loudly to Li Yi, as if he was the one who had thought about it for a long time. Yesterday, he had heard that when talking to Li Yi, it was important to answer every question. He was used to answering every question that was asked. He didn't believe it. Was he still human? You're just a 17-year-old boy. You started learning when you were in your mother's womb. How much can you learn? It wasn't as if there weren't people who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything they saw, but even they couldn't do it to that extent. He decided to use the method of provocation. Those questions just now didn't count. He guessed that Li Yi had already thought about it and had to ask new questions. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed. Xiao Yi, see I'm right. Bai Gu provoked him again. Old Bai, you live in Huaijin Lane, right? Li Yi stopped laughing and asked about Bai Gu's house. Yes, it's just 1 lane away from Vermilion Bird Avenue. It's very lively. I also have a pavilion and a small forest. Bai Gu said proudly. He was rich. Good, that's a lot of money. I'm relatively poor, so I can only live outside the city. Li Yi was impressed. Bai Gu, this time he thought, my old heart is pierced iron. Old Bai, you tell me something for people of any age. I'll give you a way to make money. Li Yi smiled and said to Bai Gu. Really? Bai Gu was instantly energized. This was awesome. He could choose from it now. I want older ones. Bai Gu thought of one. Good, I want something for older people. I have a game that isn't too intense. It's called Gateball. I'll draw a blueprint and let you make it. It's specially sold. Li Yi didn't wait for the other party to finish and continued. I haven't finished. I said I don't want older ones. I want young girls like dancing. Bai Gu changed his words at the last minute. No problem. I have a hula hoop. It's simple. I'll draw a blueprint and sell it. It'll be mass-produced. It'll save more money than making it myself. Li interrupted again. Having something was not a problem. I haven't finished. I said dancing is also useless. Bai Gu changed his words again. I understand. Oh, Bai, you can continue. Li Yi understood. He will not interrupt him if he says one more thing. I want something that children can play with. It must be something that children like. It's best if it can be drawn beautifully. Bai Gu increased the difficulty and asked for more details. Are you sure? Do you still want to change it? Li Yi asked. He was waiting for the other party to add another useless. This, you tell me if you have it or not. Bai Gu stared into Li Yi's eyes. Li Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but he immediately recovered. Yes, are you sure you want this? Yes. Bai Gu smiled. Okay, let's go to the study room. This is the hospital. Li Yi agreed and waved his hand. After entering the study room, Li Yi made tea for Bai Gu first. He took out a pen, a protractor, a ruler, and a compass and started to draw. He was drawing big circles and small circles. There were gears outside the circles and gears inside the circles. There were also empty spaces in the small circles. Bai Gu was holding a teacup and watching. He did not understand what Li Yi was drawing for. When Li Yi finished the 10th circle, he stopped. Old Bai, this set of things is called Children's 1,000-flower ruler. It can be used to draw many pictures. Even children who do not know how to draw will find that they can draw beautifully with this. I will ask someone to send it to the workshop now. After lunch, you can bring it back to the workshop to sell. I will provide you with red and blue pencils. Those who have newspapers at home can draw on the back. One set will be sold for 5 yuan. After you sell it, you can give me more money. One set will be sold for 4 yuan. You can earn 1 yuan. I will give you 100 sets. You can see how many you can sell in a day. It's best if you can sell it to a rich family. Li Yi introduced the things he drew and gave the price. What if I sell it for 10 yuan? Bai Gu did not believe that anyone would buy it. You sell it for 100 yuan. It is your ability to sell it. Li Yi believed. If Bai Gu went to find someone to sell it, they would buy it even if it was a piece of cake. Xiao Yi, look at the place where your water flows. Bai Gu saw that Li Yi was going to ask someone to send the drawings. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well wait for lunch and see the scenery. All right, I will bring it over personally. Li Yi readily agreed. The two of them left. Li Yi brought Bai Gu to the workshop. He was not afraid that the secret would be leaked. After giving the drawings to the craftsman, Li Yi and Bai Gu went to the special garden. In the garden, there were students who did not have classes. They found a place to study. They were going to take the imperial examination next year. Li Yi could not change the content of the imperial examination. He could only rely on the students to memorize it. Bai Gu was shocked again. This place not only had mountains, rivers, and forests, but also pavilions. It could be said that there was a scenery with every step. Such a good place. It is good to drink wine under the light at night. Bai Gu praised. There are mosquitoes. They stung me. Li Yi's words ruined the atmosphere. Chapter 463. Li Dongzhu. The two of them walked to the side of a rockery, and the student greeted Li Yi. Then he looked at Bai Gu. Student Shen, how greets the old man? This is Minister Bai from the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi saw Shen how introduce himself, so he introduced Bai Gu. Greetings, Minister Bai. Shen how bowed again, very excited. Good, you look like a kind person. Bai Gu praised. Li Yi nodded to Shen how and continued to walk forward with Bai Gu. Shen Hao stopped reading and found someone to spread the news. Very soon, all the students here knew that Li Dongzhu was walking around with the new Minister of Revenue. Next year was stable, so they had to learn quickly and not make any mistakes in the exam. As long as they answered the questions correctly, the rest of the exam would be easy. Previously, he found the Minister of Personnel, and now the Minister of Revenue. Could the minister be found randomly? The Minister of War was the Prime Minister. Could he find him? Those who didn't come because they felt bitter and tired the year before last. And those who didn't come because they felt a little embarrassed last year, can they still come this year? Some of the students were talking about the convenience that the village provided to the students. There are enough people, right? Looking at Li Dongzhu, it doesn't look like he wants to continue looking. I regretted it the year before last, so I came last winter. What's the big deal about doing some work? That's right. How can it be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi? We are teaching Zhuangzi's children and working for Zhuangzi in exchange for remuneration. It's not embarrassing. Li Dongzhu taught us so many skills. Shouldn't we work as his disciples? The students found the situation better. How many officials could meet the Minister of Revenue? Not to mention submitting a letter. Xiao Yi, I heard that you brought the students' families here to take care of them so that they can study in peace. It's a great kindness. Bai Gu saw 2 more students and praised Li Yi. It's not that I'm taking care of you. The students' families are here, and they still have to do their jobs. It's just that it's closer, so you don't have to worry about your family. Li Yi did not claim credit for himself. The student's family was very diligent. 42 the year before last, and 220 last year. Are you still recruiting this winter? Bai Gu asked. He could imagine that this year many students would rush to the Li family Zhuangzi. On the first day of August, the construction of the building by the river was completed. The outsiders moved in and registered, so there were still rooms left. Students could stay if they wanted to, but there was no free food. I arranged work for those who were willing to work and paid the rent. When their family members come, they also have work to do. They are not allowed to enter the manor to prevent spies from taking the opportunity to sneak in. Li Yi pointed to the place where the migrant workers lived. No one was allowed to enter this year. He wanted to provide low-rent housing, the kind that came with job introductions. Bai Gu looked over and saw part of the 4-story building. He nodded. The students who did not come 2 years ago and did not pass the exam will definitely regret it. However, they can't enter Zhuangzi. I'm afraid they are not willing to come. Then they will continue to regret it. Li Yi smiled. There are arrangements. Bai Gu could understand. Yes, this year is the last time. After this year, there will be no more opportunities. Li Yi nodded. Why? Bai Gu was curious. Because Her Majesty is rich. She is digging salt wells in Sichuan, so it is not too cold in winter. Next year, a large amount of money will belong to Her Majesty. Her Majesty should take care of the examinees entering Chang, and not me. There is no more space around Zhuangzi. She should build a large number of 4-story buildings in the west or south of the city. If they are not close to me, will I take the initiative to take care of them? Li Yi told him about the salt wells in Sichuan. A large amount of money would be earned next year, and Li Longji would have enough money to use. Next year, when the promotion of the capital's business tax was completed, Li Longji would not need to spend money for the imperial court. There was no need to mention how many merchants there were in the capital. Bai Gu listened to Li Yi and thought of the same thing. He had a creepy feeling. Li Yi was steadily advancing step by step. Was it Lu Buwei? No, Lu Buwei's actions were not for the benefit of the people. He was fighting for power among the upper echelons. Was it Fan Li? No, Fan Li was a powerful merchant and was willing to spend all his wealth. However, after helping Go Jian defeat the Wu Kingdom, he ran away. Otherwise, he would have been killed. The young man beside him, Li Yi, was different from them. When it came to tactics, he was always making arrangements. When it came to making money, Fan Li's speed of making money. Haha, Thinking of this, Bai Gu asked, Shao Yi, if Her Majesty asks you to hand over the workshop and everything, will you do it? Of course I will. I don't want it anymore. If I take it all, what's the use of the workshop? I will change to another place and build another workshop. It will be better than this one. Li Yi acted as if he could take whatever he wanted, as if it did not matter. What if Her Majesty wants to kill you? Bai Gu whispered. Old Bai, why are you asking this without confidence? You can get the eggs by killing a chicken. What's the use of killing me? If Her Majesty hears this, she will chop off your head. I will not be able to save you. If you drink a cup of poison wine, you will run to me quickly. I will guarantee your safety. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed. Bai Gu was too cowardly. Ha. Bai Gu laughed along. Let's go, old Bai. Let's go eat. Li Yi walked around and looked at the height of the sun. He invited Bai Gu to the canteen. Yesterday I ate at Earthly Paradise. Earthly Paradise gave me a membership card. On the way, Bai Gu mentioned the membership card. Li nodded. It's not a bribe. I am the nominal owner. Her Majesty is in charge of it. There are even third-rank officials with real power. Her Majesty means that you should not delay state affairs for a card. Some money can be taken. Some money can't be taken. What kind of money can be taken? Bai Gu followed the topic and asked, People like me can come to me freely. If your family is in trouble and short of money, just tell me and I will take care of it. I don't need to make money through bribery. If you take things and money from me, Her Majesty will not reprimand you, and the censorate will not impeach you. I am willing to pay you a high salary. As long as you think about the people of the Tang dynasty, I am willing to give you money. Li Yi's voice was very light, as if he was willing to give money casually. Bai Shu heard it like a clap of thunder in his ears. He stood still. When Li Yi found that Bai Gu did not follow, he stopped and turned his head. Bai Gu bowed deeply. I thank Li Dongzhu on behalf of the people of the world. Li Yi frowned and returned the salute. Old Bai, don't be like this. After returning the salute, he went to take Bai Gu's arm. He could not salute back and forth anymore. It was tiring. When the two arrived at the entrance of the canteen, Tao Hong was waiting there. Dongzhu, Mrs. Li said it was inconvenient for her to meet guests, so she ate in the courtyard. Well, sister-in-law is short of money. You must take care of her. Li Yi responded. Bai Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I don't have to meet Empress Wang. Otherwise, how can I eat this meal? When they entered the canteen, one room after another, there was a big passage in the middle and a hall. Bai Gu was dazzled. Especially when Li Yi took him to the buffet area, he could not help but say, Why are there so few dishes in Heavenly World? Old Bai, don't misunderstand. It's not that we are neglecting the customers. There are new dishes. The farmers will try them first, and then give them to Heavenly World. Li Yi looked as if he was telling the truth. I believe you. Shao Yi, I believe you. Bai Gu looked as if he believed him. When Bai Gu chose his favorite dishes and sat down with Li Yi in a single room, he looked around. There was only a palace maid and a eunuch. Shao Yi, tell me the truth. Zhuangzi suddenly encountered an attack. How long can you last? Bai Gu lowered his voice. How many people came? If there were 10,000, I killed them directly. If there were more than 20,000, I could slowly kill them. Li Yi was still so casual. Chapter 464. Bai Gu left with 100 sets of children's kaleidoscope after dinner. He didn't drink, but he was a bit absent-minded. When they were eating, Li Yi told him that when the explosives in the village were detonated, the enemy's corpses would fill up this section of the Ba River. Li Yi didn't say how many other things there were in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu understood that the enemies Li Yi mentioned were people like the winged knights. It had nothing to do with ordinary soldiers. Li Yi didn't see the enemies below the winged knights as threats. How is this Zhuangzi? It's clearly a military fortress. The gunpowder has been produced all the time. The imperial court doesn't even have it. It's all in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu sighed with emotion as he walked back in the car. He finally knew why His Majesty used Zhuangzi as a place to rest. It was a safe place. After so many killings in the Imperial City didn't give people a sense of security. The gate of Xuanwu seemed to always have the smell of blood. The flickering of candles in the inner palace was like the shadows of swords. His Majesty had killed so many people in the palace. How could he not be worried about being killed? Xingqing Palace was being renovated. It should be the place where His Majesty stayed at night after the renovation. Xingqing Palace was next to the east wall of Chang'an. There was an extra barrier. If one wanted to leave, he could climb up with a rope. After pondering for a while, Bai Xiang finally understood. His Majesty didn't just ask about politics with Xiao Yi. His Majesty treated Li family Zhuangzi as his home. No wonder His Majesty looked so energetic when he saw His Majesty. He could sleep well at night. Xiao Yi did give people a sense of security. When I was with him, I always felt that he could solve any trouble at any time. Bai Gu commented again. He understood Li Longji. Li Longji was born in 1965. He didn't know the situation when he was too young. Since she was 4 years old, she had felt the killing intent. Wu Zetian had killed many people in the past 8 years. King of Han Li Yuanjia, King of Lu Li Lingkui, Duke of Huang Li Zhua, Duke of Dingguan Li Rong, and Princess Chang Lu. When Li Longji was 9 years old, Wu Zetian killed Li Dan's concubines, Madame Lu and Madame Dou. At the same time, Li Longji's eldest brother Li Qingqi and Prince Heng, Li Qingyi, were demoted to dukes. After that, Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Xian, was poisoned to death by Empress Wei and Princess Anil. He also had to deal with Li Dan's family, including Li Longji. Li Longji had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Afterwards, in the struggle for the throne, Princess Taiping would also secretly make a move, and Li Longji would then kill her. Ever since he was young, he had always lived in a tense environment. Kill, kill, kill. After such a struggle, Li Longji, who had become the emperor, stopped killing. He stopped killing his brothers. Bai Gu thought that His Majesty was not ordinary. The struggle was very cruel. At the same time, he felt that His Majesty was a little pitiful. He could not even sleep well. Only in the Li family Zhuangzi would His Majesty feel comfortable. So, Xiao Yi is not an external minister. He is Dongzhu. His Majesty is calling for you. Bai Gu was analyzing when the car stopped. The steward said from outside the car, "Entered the palace?" Bai Gu was puzzled. "We met His Majesty's car. His Majesty has left the city. We are less than 1 li away from the city gate." The steward replied, "Ah." Bai Gu came back to his senses. He got off the car and ran to Li Longji's car. "Have you visited Zhuangzi?" Li Longji personally brewed tea for Bai Gu. Bai Gu received it with both hands. "Good Zhuangzi, the world's #1 village. The old are taken care of. The young are educated. The neighbors are harmonious. The villagers are hardworking, and Dongzhu is kind. In addition, there are hundreds of skills that benefit both the people and themselves. Students are educated, pigs are fat, and cattle are strong. Grain is stored in bunches, silk is stored in a warehouse, and weapons are prepared in an armory. There's the sound of chanting and also the sound of flowing water. Its flowers are bright, its seedlings are peaceful, it stands like a mountain, and it moves like a stream." Bai Gu's praise was so good that he wished he could push the Li family Zhuangzi to the top. Li Longji listened and nodded slightly. "Did you ask about the strategy?" "Yes, I did. I learned a lot, and it is beneficial for the Ministry of Revenue." Bai Gu told the truth. Chatting with Li, he really did increase his knowledge. "Did you ask about something else? For example, provoking him?" Li Longji asked again. Bai Gu wiped his sweat. "How did your Majesty know?" "All they do is think about how to make things difficult for Brother Yi. If you go eat with them, they will definitely give you ideas or give you hints." Li Longji said angrily, as if he was dissatisfied that Brother Yi still had to deal with so many messy things. Yes, I accidentally asked. Bai Gu continued to wipe his sweat while looking at Yao Chong and the others with disdain. You guys are too bad. No wonder when we were drinking, you said that Li Yi would answer all my questions. So it was a trap for me. They just have nothing better to do. No matter what Brother Yi asks, I guarantee that they will give you a good answer. They just don't know how to learn their lesson. Li Longji never thought that Li Yi would be troubled. He just felt that the Prime Minister was not behaving like a Prime Minister, and it was annoying. Your Majesty is right. If Li Yi asks, just answer. It is very useful. Bai Gu said, but deep down he understood Yao Chong and the others. He was addicted. If he had any doubts, he could just ask Li Yi when he saw him. What did Minister Bai ask? Li Longji found the key point. I talked to Li Yi about making money and then... Bai Gu explained the process, his voice getting softer and softer. Li Longji became more and more speechless. Was this a question? You are clearly making things difficult. Why don't you join the regiment? The patrol regiment of the Tang dynasty needs you. This thing is for the children to play with. Bai Gu said guiltily, then asked someone to bring a children's Wanhua ruler from his carriage. Minister Bai, you asked about the gate ball and the hula hoop. Bring them together. Forget it. They are not fated to be with you. Later, I will ask my elder brother to get them. Go back and sell them in the square. It must be very interesting. For the Tang dynasty's business tax, send someone to keep an eye on Lontian County. If there are any mistakes, quickly discuss it with my brother Yi. Don't be stubborn. Minister Bai, you have worked hard. Li Longji felt that Bai Gu was stubborn. He asked for everything and brought it all. I will take my leave. Bai Gu understood that His Majesty was leaving. After saying that, he got out of the carriage and watched Li Longji's carriage leave. He waited until it was out of sight before returning to the carriage and starting it. He was melancholy. Is Your Majesty so confident in Shao Yi? And Yao Chong, Zhang Shuo, Lu Huaishan, Wei Zhigu, just you wait. Bai Gu did not go to the imperial city and went straight home. When he passed by Earthly Paradise, he packed some food for his family and ordered takeout for the evening. When he returned to Huaishan Square, Bai Gu thought for a while and found a servant at home. Go, take 50 sets out and give them to someone else. Tell them to give us 6 coins for each set, and we don't care how much they sell for. The servant accepted the order and left. In less than an hour, someone came looking for him, and the servant went to ask. Boss, that person came back after selling them and asked if there were any more. He was willing to buy them for 10 coins each. This is the 500 coins he brought back. He said to round it up. The servant ran over and told Bai Gu. Tell him that there are no more. We'll talk about it later. Bai Gu was sad. He went to make things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi looked so casual, but in the end he could really make money. What is it? I don't know. Take one out and let me see. Bai Gu took out a set gloomily. He found a newspaper and put a big circle and a small circle on it. He chose a red and blue pencil wrapped around a bamboo leaf and chose the red end. He drew on it and waited until he picked it up to take a look. A beautiful pattern appeared. It was a circle, and inside the circle were lines that formed an orderly pattern. He looked at the other 8 components. It's really interesting. A child can draw it casually. Chapter 465. Sanlang, Bai Gu is too much. If you want to ask something, just ask it. Don't play tricks with me. When Li Longji arrived at Zhuangzi, he didn't see Li Yi, so he went back to the courtyard to find his wife. When they just met, Empress Wang was helping Li Longji change into comfortable home clothes while bad-mouthing Bai Gu. Li Longji saw Bai Gu just now and knew the relationship between Bai Gu and Li Yi. Otherwise, based on Empress Wang's words, any other minister would probably be finished. When I came back, I met Long Zhe and said a few words. Long Zhe was obviously deceived by Yuanji last night. Li Longji spoke up for Bai Gu. They are not good people. When they want to make money, They don't have the ability to make money. When they want good weapons, they don't have the ability to research good weapons. That position is 100 times better than all of them combined. No, 10,000 times better. It's a pity that they are all trivial matters. It's a waste of my talent to go there. I'm busy all day and can't produce anything. It's better to write medical books. Empress Wang talked about Yao Chong and the others. She firmly believed that it was a waste of talent to put Li Yi in the position of prime minister. Even if I give him the throne, he can't be lazy. Li Longji joked. If he couldn't be the prime minister, he could only be the emperor. San Lang, I think you're right. Even if I give him the throne, he won't sit on it. Look at how busy you are every day. Only when we return to Zhuangzi can I have a good rest. I haven't returned to the harem for many days. I don't know how messy it is. I'll go with you tomorrow and go back to take a look. Put the child on Zhuangzi and ask uncle for a few more small mirrors. Empress Wang planned to go back and show those people who was the master of the harem. Bring the child back and have more people by your side. Didn't the 3 classes of palace maids and eunuchs agree to leave you alone? Li Longji thought for a moment and decided to take the child to meet someone. Empress Wang hesitated for a moment. I have to bring my car. If there's an accident, I'll hide in the car with the child and run to Zhuangzi. Uncle said that none of the current poisons could kill a person within an hour. Even if there is a wound, he can still pull the person back from the gates of hell within an hour. Okay, I'll use your car. If you encounter anyone who doesn't like you, just kill them. Li Longji said that he would allow Empress Wang to rectify the harem. Empress Wang shook her head. Too many people have died in the harem. There are really some who don't abide by the rules and go mining. Even if they are women, they can still do some work. It would be a pity to kill such a big baby. You can still create value if you live. Yes, that's the logic. Okay. Li Longji expressed his support. Ever since Li Yi came up with the idea of letting someone report, he realized that it was better to keep them alive than to kill them. They could work and let others see the fear after they died. When people died, the family would gradually give up on them. No matter how scared the people who were executed were, they would just go through that experience. If they were alive, the family would always be watching and solve the problem of the lack of labor. During dinner, Empress Wang wanted to eat spicy food. She just wanted to dip it in wasabi. Li Yi also wanted to eat, but he didn't want to dip it in wasabi. The spiciness of wasabi and chili were not the same. He had exchanged chili powder and used the chili powder to make boiled meat slices. First of all, the ingredients were not up to standard. The boiled meat slices were chopped chili. However, he cut the meat slices very thin. They were real slices of meat, not pieces of meat. The restaurant he worked at had boiled meat. It wasn't that it wasn't spicy enough, but the meat slices inside were too thick. The soup needed to be fried in oil and was very expensive. If the restaurant couldn't make a profit, of course they wouldn't do it. Moreover, many chefs didn't know how to fry. They thought that it was enough to fry chili oil. Another reason was that the meat slices were too thin and time-consuming. They needed to be sliced and then stir-fried. When ordering takeout, they felt that the quantity was too little. There were only a few pieces of meat. In fact, there was plenty. There was plenty of meat. If the chef didn't slice it well, there would be a big lump when eating. Li Yi was good at cutting meat. He could even cut people, let alone meat. No matter how good a meat seller's knife was, could it be better than a surgeon's scalpel? Li Yi used a scalpel to cut meat for practice. It was not a disposable scalpel. He couldn't even use starch and cooking wine for the meat slices. When he grabbed it with his hands, it turned into mud. He shook it slowly. When it was enough, he slid it into the pan. After slipping, he stir-fried. After that, he poured in the cooked chili pepper oil, vegetables, and bean sprouts. This was called boiled meat slices. It had nothing to do with boiling. Uncle, what is Zhang's son Xan doing in Lantian County as a patrol? Empress Wang thought of her brother-in-law. Poor child. He's making a bed. Zhuangzi is also making a bed. It will be ready in a few days. The VIP room in Nangku is empty. It's actually for the Chenggong bed. After the first one is made, it's for sister-in-law and third brother to use. It's like a house. After making more and changing the good wood, we'll replace it. The old one. The old one. Empress Wang didn't want her bed to fall into someone else's hands. Yes, sister-in-law and third brother's collection. Li Yi also understood. Brother Yi, the same bed as yours will meet your requirements more, right? Li Longji stuck his tongue out. He drank a mouthful of wine. It was even more spicy. His voice changed. Li Yi shook his head. I don't want to live there. I just want a bed in my courtyard. I want to live in a comfortable place. I don't want to be luxurious. He was used to it when he was the main hospital doctor. He liked to sleep well. Even half an hour was fine. He used to think that his country's all-weather soldiers and the main hospital doctor could crush others, because the main hospital doctor was also a 24/7 soldier. When the soldiers charged, they would be ready. When the wounded were sent down, the doctor would be in charge at any time. Coupled with the awesome cooking disease, logistics was no problem. As for the Chenggong bed, did it have any sleep quality attribute? No. If not, why did you give it to me? Li Longji didn't know about his brother Yi's extravagant desire for sleep. He thought that Li Yi wanted to set an example. Good. Brother, Yi doesn't want to be luxurious. You should be the first in the world. Li Longji praised. Li Yi. In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xen, who was mentioned by Empress Wang at the Li family Zhuangzi, was also eating. The main building of Drunken Immortal Residence was completed. It could start providing food and beverage services. When Zhang Sun Xen was buying wood, he found something in the pile of wood. The wood came from Sichuan. There were small things about an inch long inside. There were also dried seedlings. He was curious. He picked one and took a bite. Then he drank water with all his might. It was so spicy that he couldn't stop sweating. He felt that it was poisonous. Fortunately, it didn't poison him to death. He took a bite and spat it out in time. He collected about 2 taels. He wanted to take the opportunity to put it in the free soup and harm Drunken Immortal Residence once. He didn't know if it could poison people to death. But since he didn't die, he put it in the soup. There was a lot of water, so no one would die. Yes, he didn't want to poison anyone. If he was given a knife and asked to cut someone's neck, he wouldn't be able to cut it. He relied on his status to be domineering. Then he blocked the imperial censor in an alley and beat him up. To him, beating someone up was enough. It was satisfying. He didn't want to kill someone. In history, after he beat someone up, he was beaten to death by Li Longji. Today, he took the food and wanted to harm Drunken Immortal Residence once. He wanted to see what Li Yi would do when he couldn't stand the spiciness. Chapter 466. The kitchen is an important place. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Zhang Sun Xien stood outside the kitchen and read the words. Then he went in. As soon as he entered, a waiter in charge of serving food saw him. Inspector Zhang Sun, you can't enter the kitchen. I'm here to see if your place is clean. If you eat something dirty, you'll get sick. Zhang Sun Xien said righteously. We're learning from the Li family Zhuangzi kitchen. The kitchen is clean. The waiter was angry. How dare he say that our kitchen is dirty? Whether it's clean or not, we'll know once we go in. Zhang Sun Xien still wanted to go in. No, the waiter firmly stopped him. Fine. Zhang Sun Xien didn't insist. He changed his mind. He wanted to put a little bit in someone's dish and see how it goes. Since he couldn't go in, he turned around and went to the shed outside. There was free soup here. Anyone could drink it. It was specially prepared for the common people. If someone was thirsty and wanted a bowl of water, the shop would give it to them. The Drunken Immortal Restaurant would give them soup. If someone was hungry, the soup would at least have something in it. It wouldn't starve them to death. The common people were usually very conscious. They wouldn't eat the dried food. Zhang Sun Xien went over. He held a bowl in one hand and pretended to fill it with soup. The other hand grabbed a spoon and stirred the soup. While stirring, his hand holding the spoon slowly opened. A handful of things fell into the soup. He didn't dare to put everything in. He left about a third. After stirring a few more times, he put down the things and went back to eat. Today's soup is too spicy. Not long after, a common person who came to drink the free soup said, "It's spicy. Too much ginger? I accidentally choked. Snot and tears are flowing together. Drink it. It's good. It's hot and makes you sweat. It's cool. It's not so hot at night. Ha hiss." The people who drank the soup were all affected by the spiciness. Zhang Sun Xan secretly laughed and waited. When more people were affected by the spiciness, he would go over and ask what the problem was. Then he would use his identity as an inspector to close down the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Unless the Drunken Immortal restaurant gave him 10% of the shares, he wouldn't allow the restaurant to reopen. After about half an hour, Zhang Sun Xan felt that the time was right. He got up and walked out. Just as he reached the door, "My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the outhouse." A commoner who had drunk the soup earlier held his stomach and shouted. As he shouted, the man ran to the back. There was a toilet behind him. "My stomach hurts too. I'll go too." Another person ran away. "What's going on?" The other person disappeared in front. Zhang Sun Xan stopped and didn't walk out. She was afraid that she would poison the group of people to death. He was sweating profusely. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat and immediately felt a burning pain in his eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes and she couldn't open them. The manager of the Drunken Immortal game ran out and asked around. He found out that those people had all drunk the free soup. "Quick, find Dongzhu." "Something has happened," the shopkeeper shouted. The farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi mounted their horses and rushed towards Zhuangzi, regardless of whether the sky was dark or not. In less than 3/4 of an hour, the fast horse rushed back to Zhuangzi. "Dongzhu, something has happened at the Drunken Immortal Game house. Many people drank the free soup and said it was spicy. Then their stomachs hurt." The farmer who reported the news shouted. Li, who was copying a book, threw down his pen and ran out shouting, "Ambulance, quickly go to the Drunken Immortal Game house in Lantian County." The 4-horse ambulance set off. Li asked the informant about the situation at the village. They said the soup was spicy. After half an hour, some people started to have stomachs hurt and went to the outhouse. When I came, more people had stomachs. The villager could only provide this information and nothing more. When the ambulance arrived at the Drunken Immortal Game house in Lantian County, a group of people were waiting there. Zhang Sun Xan's eyes were red and swollen. Li got out of the car and looked around. Did anyone faint? Guan Shaoting came over. No one fainted. They said that after that, somewhere there was a burning sensation. But some people are fine. Some ate with the soup, and some only said that their stomachs were warm. The soup is there. No one touched it. Now I don't know what to do. Let me see the soup. Lanterns. Li saw that no one needed to be rescued and breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to the big pot, the people next to him picked up 3 lanterns to light up the place. Li scooped out the soup with a spoon and looked at it. He stirred it a few times and scooped it again. He put the spoon close to the lanterns to observe. After a while, he put the spoon to his mouth and drank a mouthful. The people around him looked worried. Was this the Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu? This is the smell. I checked the information and saw it. I wanted to send someone to look for it, but it came to me. Li said and continued to drink. He drank 2 mouthfuls and smacked his lips. His face was full of enjoyment. "Dongzhu, are you okay?" Guan Shaoten asked. "Try it." Li handed over the spoon. Guan Shaoten did not hesitate at all. He took it, scooped a spoonful of soup and drank it. After 2 mouthfuls, he stopped. "Dongzhu, It tastes like the spicy sauce you made. Is it delicious? Li Yi asked with a smile. Guan Xiaotan nodded, indicating that it was delicious. Li Yi, will they be okay after drinking the soup? Zhang Sun Xian came over with red eyes. Li Yi looked at Zhang Sun Xian's eyes, then looked at the soup and asked, Who saw Inspector Zhang Sun come over? I saw him. Just now, Inspector Zhang Sun wanted to enter the kitchen. I didn't let him, so he came out to drink the soup. In the end, he didn't bring the soup back. The waiter stood up to prove it. Wow. The people around were shocked. They all looked at Zhang Sun Xian. Inspector Zhang Sun, is there anything else? Li Yi saw Zhang Sun Xian for the first time and found that this person looked. His eyes were small and his eyelids were swollen. What do you mean? Zhang Sun Xian asked. You didn't wash your hands after throwing the thing in the pot and smeared it on your eyes. It's spicy, right? It's still uncomfortable. You have to wash it with water. Ice is better. Or soak a towel in ice water and cover your eyes. If you have something, take it out. I'll forgive you this time. Otherwise, I'll have to reason with you. Li Yi was sure that it was him. Look at your eyes. How swollen are they? This is a small pepper. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to find ice for my eyes. Zhang Sun Xian denied, but chose to believe in Li Yi's solution. The people around didn't agree. Take it out, take it out. If you don't, beat him to death. He poisoned us. Let's do it together. The law can't punish the masses. Everyone was about to take action. They moved forward. Wait, aren't you all fine? I'm just joking. Zhang Sun Xian hid behind Li Yi. Zhang Sun Xian, if you have something, take it out. Otherwise, if we search you, it's another matter. Li Yi directly called Zhang Sun Xian's name. Yes, there's a little. I didn't dare to put too much. Give it, I can't let them beat me. Zhang Sun Xian finally compromised and took it out from the pocket of his sleeve. Li picked up an empty bowl and carefully took it. There were small pepper skins, seeds, and dried stalks. Continue. Take out the pocket. Don't miss a single seed. Li Yi saw that Zhang Sun Xian couldn't take it out, so he asked him to take it out completely. Sure enough, there were a few seeds left. No more. Zhang Sun Xian raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Then he thought of something and stopped. Where did you find it? Li Yi wasn't willing to give up. It was too little. Wood from Shu. Zhang Sun Xian answered in a low voice. Let's go and find it together. Those who drank the soup don't have to be afraid. It's fine. Later, come to Drunken Immortal Restaurant for a meal as compensation. Li Yi shouted. Chapter 467. In the middle of the night, a group of people went to look for poison with lanterns. Everyone moved wood and looked carefully. Li Dongzhu, I found it. A man in a short shirt ran over with a whole dried chili. There were a few spots on the seedling where the chili had fallen off, and there were more than 10 left. Li Yi took it. Good. Good. I'll give you 2 taels of wine. Okay. After giving the chili, the man turned and ran to look. Li Dongzhu, I found 2 small ones. One of them was broken. I picked up the seeds. A big child came over. Okay, here you go. I also want wine, just 1 tael for my father. The child requested. Give me 2 taels. Li Yi was generous. The child was filial. One after another, people found chili and brought it to Li Yi's side. Li Yi was puzzled. How could there be chili in the wood of Shu Di? He looked at the wood carefully and found that this batch of sandalwood did not seem to be from Shu Di, but from Nanzhao. The Piluo village in Nanzhao had always been very stable. Other tribes had always turned to Tubo, and Nanzhao had always been dependent on the Tang dynasty. This should be a businessman who hired people to cut down the wood at a low price in Nanzhao. Besides, the sandalwood in Shu Di was actually yellow sandalwood. Labor in Nanzhao was cheap, but labor in Shu Di was expensive. Although the distance was a little far, there was a water route. The price of selling this way was expensive in Shu Di. The unpeeled wood also had the unique branches of pine trees in Nanzhao. Oh, why was Zhang's son Xan always being cheated? No, it was not cheated. The wood was like a piece of wood, just a little more money. Li thought and looked up at Zhang Sun Xan. Zhang Sun Xan was taking the towel with ice water from the servant and applying it to her eyes. She looked much better. She grabbed a handful of chili seeds and broken skin and applied it to her eyes. Amazing! Li Dongzhu no more all turned. Someone ran over and said to Li Yi, "Okay, let's go to the drunken immortal house for dinner." Li Yi called out, and the group went to the drunken immortal house in laughter. Li Yi slowly processed the chili. The seedlings could not be used anymore. The chili peppers were packed into a small bag about a caddy. Now there will be more delicacies. Let's make a fortune before others search for them and plant them in large quantities. Li Yi said happily to Guan Xiaotan while carrying the bag. Li Yi, that's mine. Zhang Sun Xian felt comfortable. He didn't know what to do with it, but if Li Yi wanted it, it was definitely something good. You poisoned my drunken immortal lodge. This is the evidence. I want to take it back and preserve it. Li Yi shook his head, refusing to hand it over. I didn't poison them. If I poisoned them, why didn't they die? Zhang Sun Xian emphasized the issue of death. Croton doesn't kill people easily. If you take it to another restaurant and throw it into the soup, does that count as poisoning? They're both witnesses and material evidence. I'm going to the Imperial City to file a complaint. Li Yi took out his trump card. He was a grade 3 official, so even if he was an ordinary official, he would still be able to enter. Tell me what this thing is for. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to get more. This time he encountered it and asked someone else. Eat. Li Yi told the truth. I don't believe it. Zhang Sun Xian shouted. Diarrhea after eating? I'll leave the seeds, rub the skin, and make it into sauce. I'll give you a share. Li Yi found his conscience. He turned around and left. Zhang Sun Xian continued to apply the medicine to his eyes. At the same time he ordered, Go and find the seeds again. I want to plant them. He didn't know that he couldn't plant a few seeds of this small pepper. Li Yi didn't eat. He got in the car and went back to the village. Owner, is this the kind of spicy noodles you took out? Ching Song, who had followed Li Yi, sat opposite him and asked. Almost. It's another kind. It's more troublesome to plant. You need to grow seedlings first and then plant them in a greenhouse. I'll take out some of them and plant them outside when it's warm in Chang, and let them adapt to the environment and temperature. If they survive, you can plant them again. When you don't need to grow seedlings anymore, you can plant them by sprinkling the seeds. Li Yi was worried that the temperature in Chang and was not suitable for the growth of small pepper. He was afraid that the small pepper would die. He had to plant it in a glass greenhouse. Directly planting it in the ground would consume too many seeds. So he could save the seeds first. When he planted enough, it didn't matter how. He took the seeds and threw them to the fence in the 4th or 5th month of the Gregorian calendar. Maybe they would grow. At most, he just needed to water them. Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi. Li Longji was waiting for him in the yard. I asked clearly. Zhang Sun Xian ate a very spicy food and wanted to cheat Zuatian house. I guess he used this as a reason to seize the house and make money. So he put the food in the free soup. It's the chili in the chili sauce we eat. There's another kind, spicy. I'll plant it in the greenhouse. There will be a lot of chili. Li Yi briefly explained the situation and showed Li Longji the bag in his hand. Li Longji swallowed his saliva. He liked to eat chili sauce, especially meat sauce. He didn't need other dishes. A mouthful of spicy meat sauce and a mouthful of rice were enough. It's time to build a new greenhouse. Now, we have to raise the chili seedlings and then plant them. We can't eat the green ones. Li Yi was also drooling. He knew a lot of chili dishes. Wait for a few more months. Li Longji was patient. There was too little now. It was like carrots. Chili can make people feel warm and sweaty after eating it. Some people are not suitable to eat it. It's written in medical books. Now there's a variety. In addition, it can be used as a weapon. Boil chili water and spray it down when the city is defending. When it enters the eyes, people can't open their eyes. When there's a lot of chili, it's better than pouring hot oil and hot fecal water. It's cold and stimulating. There's no need to burn it. Spray it on the face of the people climbing the ladder. They can only bow their heads. It's easier to fight when the enemies below the city bow their heads. Li came up with a bad idea. In a war, there's nothing you can do. As long as it can help you kill more people, you have to use it. Li Longji thought for a while. Is smoking also useful? It's useful. Smoking doesn't have chili, but there are other things in the smoke. Li felt that smoking was not very effective. Using other spicy things and poisonous smoke to smoke people was also effective. Li Longji returned to the courtyard with satisfaction. Li went to take a bath. Zhang Sun Xian of Lantian County was in a daze. His concubine was beside him in a daze. Why do you think every time I want to trick Li, he gets the benefits? After a while, Zhang Sun Xian finally spoke. His concubine looked at him and sighed. Sigh. We don't know what those things are used for. Yes, Li knows a lot. I want to find someone with ability. Zhang Sun Xian clenched his fist and found the problem. What gloomy wood? He still didn't know what it was used for. As for the spicy things, Li said it was to be eaten. Could it be eaten? Eating diarrhea would cause a stomachache. Zhang Sun Xian was prepared to find a good aid. He didn't believe that they would give Li good things. Moreover, they would take the initiative to give it to him. If there were a few people who knew a lot of things to help, he was not afraid of not having a good idea. Yes, I can't always be the one at a disadvantage. I want to make up for it. Li, I'm not done with you. Zhang Sun Xian waved his fist and encouraged himself. He was on the same page as Li. If he didn't take advantage of him, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Chapter 468. Just as Zhang Sun Xian was pondering which advisor to ask for help, boats were docking at the docks of the Middle River next to Rong Province and Yi County. Military supplies, other boats make way. Add lanterns and torches to the docks and move our goods first. A group of people on the leading boat shouted in unison. The boats that were about to lower their sails to dock immediately adjusted their sails and began to drift away from the docks. The people on the same boat signaled to the other boats. Now that they were following the current, the boats needed to be adjusted as they returned to the middle of the river. Otherwise, they would be washed away. The porters on the docks, who were resting, also stood up. More torches were lit. Several boats docked, and the boats behind the fleet continued to Lu Province, where another batch of boats would stop to unload their goods. From Lu Province, they would pass through Wenshui to Rong Province and unload their goods. The other 4 places were Ba Province in the east, Kuei Province in the southwest, and Feng Province and Liang Province even further east. Feng Province and Liang Province were not suitable for transporting goods from Shu, so it was better to send them from Chang'an. Chang'an was closer. For the last 2 places, people with exchange coupons could just deliver the coupons, and the locals would recognize the money. The other 5 places could only rely on the salt merchants of Shu. It took a total of 12 days to reach the Shu lands and 9 days for a fast horse. When Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong received the letter, they spent a day gathering supplies and distributed them that night. In 2 days, they sailed with the current and arrived at Rong Province first. They wanted to send silk and copper coins. The silk made up most of the supplies, but the copper coins did not make up for more than 2 taels. The merchants of Yi Province were at a loss. Had the salt merchants gone crazy? They rushed the goods and money to the docks and drove everyone else to the side. The salt merchants shouted for military supplies to take up space first. They loaded their boats and left one after another. They were originally going with the current, and now they pulled up their sails. Were they not afraid of crashing into other boats? After the goods at Hai docks were unloaded, the person in charge called for others to help deliver them to Zhichang's residence in Rong Province. At this time, the general of the Right Vanguard Guard, Li Xiandao, was still on his way, leading the armies of Feng Province and Liang Province. When the goods were unloaded, the urgent report from the imperial court had just arrived at Rong Province. It took about half a day to travel from the docks to the capital of Rong Province. The Shu salt merchants ran at the same speed as the messenger. When the messenger reached Shu, he also took a boat. There was no way to run by land. The messenger used a small boat which was slow. The salt merchants used a large boat with oars and sails. For hours later, a portion of the fleet that had just passed through stopped at the docks of Luzhou, while the rest turned toward Wenshui. The Wenshui was going against the flow, and the river curved back and forth, so there were places where a tracker was needed. The people in the fleet paddled and adjusted the sails. They would first go against the current and wait for a place where they encountered a boatman before they used the boatman. It was very dangerous for trackers to pull the fibers and light torches at night. However, at this time, there was no need to ask for speed. More money was needed as long as the ship was moving forward. The Shu salt merchants paid for the manpower and ship costs themselves. They did not touch the money on the exchange coupons given by Li Yi. One was to deliver things to the army. They were going to fight. As a salt merchant, he should provide support. The other was that they had planned to use the money in the redemption coupons to transport the goods. In the future, when he asked Li Yi for help in Chang, and Li Yi would help. However, Li Yi would not pay for things that also required money. Now that he and the others had paid extra money, when they went to Chang and then had no money on hand, Li Yi would naturally pay for it. This was especially true for the officials of Chang, and Li Yi was very popular with them. In the encampment of the Zhichong residence in Rongzhou, Commandant Zhichong Yuzilong was writing a memorial under an oil lamp. He wanted to send it to Chang and to express that there was no problem on his side. He had received the official letter last night, and this morning he had sent it to the military households of the Zhichong residence. The military households all went home to prepare mainly food. They went to the storehouse to retrieve weapons and armor. Once the Zhichong residence set out, there would be no more baggage. The baggage would only be sent to the front later. During this period of time, they had to bring their own food. Some wives steamed rice and stir-fried it while wiping their tears. They did not know if their husbands would be able to return alive this time. The children at home also stopped making noise, and the elderly helped out. As the husbands slept, they did not know when the order to assemble would be given. For them, this was life. The Zhichong residents did not need to pay rent. They had to prepare their own light weapons and armor, as well as provisions for the marching army. At the end of the afternoon, there was a noise outside the Zhichong residence in Rongzhou. The scout ran out and came back after a while to wake up Yu Zilong, who had not slept well. "What's the matter?" Yu Zilong thought it was going to start. "Our salt merchants sent a large amount of silk and copper coins from Izhou. They rushed all the way and just arrived," the guard replied. "Who sent it to?" Yu Zilong still did not understand. "Prefectural soldiers. We also have 2 coins for each person." The guard looked very happy to get 2 coins for free. "Who sent it?" Yu Zilong felt that he was dreaming. Someone came to send 2 coins to the people of the Zhichong residence. It was said that Her Majesty asked Li Yi to send it. Li Yi has 1,000 mu of land in Zhuangzi by the Ba River in the east of Chang. The guard said something that even he did not believe, but there was no other way. It was what the other party said. "Get some water. I'll wipe my face." Yu Zilong wanted to wake up. After a simple tidying up, he went out and saw the person in charge sent by the salt merchants, Steward Pan. His surname was Pan, and his name was Steward Pan. "Greetings, Commandant Yu." Steward Pan handed over a document. Someone next to him brought a lantern. Yu Zilong opened it to read. It read, reporting to Yu Zilong, who has subdued the military officer, Our shoe salt merchant has received an urgent report. We have obtained several tens of thousands of taels of silver in exchange for silk and copper coins. In return for His Majesty's grace, we have become the golden purple light Lu Daifu Li. There was a series of seals, handprints, and signatures. Yu Zilong could imagine the other party's situation when he saw one. The famous salt merchants of Shu were all on it. When they were alone, they were the salt merchants of Shu. When they were together, they were the Shu salt gang. Yu Zilong read it again. There were not many words, so he could roughly understand. There was something called an exchange certificate. It had a lot of money and could be exchanged for other money. Her Majesty knew about this matter, so she probably asked them to send it. There was a person called Li Yi who was Jin Ziguang Luda. How could he be a civil official? A third-rank civil official with no real position? If he didn't send money but asked for money, he was definitely a swindler. Li Yi has tens of thousands of coins? Her Majesty asked him to pay, so he paid? Yu Zilong asked Steward Pan. Steward Pan had followed him to Chang, and so he knew some of the situation. Yes, tens of thousands of coins. There are 2 prefectures that are far away from us and have been separated. We will take care of the rest. Steward Pan answered. He has 1,000 mu of land. Yu Zilong asked again. Yes, it's by the Bar River. Steward Pan answered again. Then, his land is planted with gold? Yu Zilong was a little angry. More or less. In the winter of Chang, and cucumbers could not be eaten anywhere except in the imperial family. Now you can eat cold melon. The Li family Zhuangzi has guts. Steward Pan understood Yu Zilong's thoughts, so he told him the truth. Yu Zilong was stunned this time and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while he said softly, Floral water, Li Dongzhu? Commandant Yu is knowledgeable. That's him. Steward Pan smiled. It was good that he knew. It was convenient to communicate. Since it's him, he probably has money. Leave the money. When dawn comes, I will give it to my brothers. Yu Zilong agreed. Steward Pan shook his head. No, we have to have our people personally deliver it to everyone according to the list. Chapter 469. You don't trust me? Yu Zilong glared at him, looking like he was about to do something. Manager Pan smiled. He wasn't afraid. He represented the salt merchants of Shu. Why don't you invite Manager Pan in? Yu Zilong smiled and asked his men to let him in. He knew that he couldn't get the money, so he might as well be a good person. After all, the one who sent the money was a third-rank official, a higher rank than him. In Chang, and he had a relationship with Her Majesty and couldn't be easily provoked. A group of people pushed carts and carried bags in. The non-commissioned officer gave them water to drink. If he didn't look at the other party's hard work, wouldn't he look at the face of the money? Manager Pan and the others were indeed tired. He was tired. He rushed all the way and had to hire temporary workers. Needless to say, who wasn't tired from work? Everyone found a place to sit and drink water. Yu Zilong accompanied Manager Pan and asked about Li Yi. He had written letters with Chang, and the other party mentioned Li Dongzhu. It was said that he was very rich and had a close relationship with the girls in Pyongkong Square. Yes, the letter focused on Li Yi and Pyongkong Square, especially Nankou. This made Yu Zilong yearn for it. Beautiful women might not be able to enter Nankou, but those who could enter Nankou were basically beautiful. Manager Pan, have you seen many girls in Nankou? How is Xinyan? Yu Zilong didn't ask about the money. He asked about the important things. I haven't seen them, but the letters said that they always go to Li family Zhuangzi. Manager Pan gave an answer. The salt merchants of Shu couldn't stop their contacts with Chang'an. They had shops and people. Then do you think Li Yi can handle it? Yu Zilong didn't look like a military officer at all. He even winked when he spoke. Manager Pan smiled slyly. I heard that when Xinyan goes there, Li Dongzhu's shouts at night can be heard on the east wall of Chang'an, Isn't that several miles? Yu Zilong revealed a terrified expression. That's right. Li Dongzhu is using a loudspeaker to sing. Aya, there's so many songs. They're so nice to listen to. Manager Pan said, that kind of thing can be sung through a loudspeaker? Yu Zilong continued to be shocked. That's right. Steward Pan joined in the idle chatter. Otherwise, what else could he do? If he were to sleep now, he wouldn't be able to wake up later, so he might as well chat. When the sun rose above the horizon, smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. Usually, her husband would have 2 meals a day. Since her husband was about to go to war, she had to feed him well. Otherwise, if he collapsed due to exhaustion, it wouldn't be a problem of eating more food. Go, gather the brothers. Yu Zilong had been chatting all this time. He couldn't sleep, so when he saw that it was about time, he shouted. Every household thought that there was going to be a war, so they first ran out to see the situation. If the announcement was made, they would quickly return home to get dressed and carry their rations. This time, the Tang dynasty had gathered the forces of 7 subjugation prefectures, totaling 30,000 men. Some were near and some were far, which meant that many of the House of Subjugation did not have soldiers available. The Tang dynasty had been at war for years, so they needed logistics. In other words, they needed food and farmers. If they needed soldiers, the House of Subjugation would go and fight. Sometimes, when a House of Subjugation was almost full, they would retreat and build another House of Subjugation in another place. The Southwest barbarians, Abbasid Caliphate, Tubo, Turkic, Khitan, and even the Japanese Empire in Siam. The Tang dynasty couldn't fight in one place, so the enemy didn't care. The surrounding forces had also noticed this. The southern barbarians also wanted to take a bite. The soldiers knew who they were going to fight. They didn't care too much about the Southwest barbarians. They were all dead, but they could win. After the troops were gathered, Yu Zilong took the roster and handed it to Steward Pan. He stood on the high platform with a few people. When he shouted, the people beside him shouted, "Brothers, His Majesty has sent us money. 2 cutlasses per person. Take it home. This money is not pension money, but extra money." Yu Zilong was very direct and didn't say anything unnecessary. The soldiers immediately puffed out their chests. Money? 2 coins for 1 person? Given by His Majesty? This money could be used to buy a lot of things. Steward Pan started to distribute the money according to the names. Everyone received the same amount. Those who took the money stood there and were not allowed to leave, in case someone pretended to be someone else and stood out again. The House of Subjugation in Luzhou had also started. The troops from other places had not arrived yet, so they had to wait. The non-commissioned officer who took the money had high morale. They saw that His Majesty was thinking about them. Even if they died in battle, they would get a lot of money. Today in Izhou, many big businessmen saw a mirror. It was lighter than a bronze mirror and didn't need to be polished all the time. If the bronze mirror was polished correctly, the top layer would be removed and they would have to redo it. The surface of the bronze mirror now had mercury, so it had to be maintained. Not everyone could use it. It was expensive. Of course, the glass mirror was more expensive. Brother Yang, I heard that your mirror was made by the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang. They also gave you a lot of exchange coupons. A well-informed and powerful person came to find Yang Huanjin. Yes, Yang Huanjin didn't hide it and made tea for him. Brother Liu, do you want the mirror or the exchange coupons? Exchange coupons. Brother, take the coupons. I believe you can exchange them for the mirror when you find the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang. The person called Brother Liu by Yang Huanjin was called Lu Di. He was a woodcutter. He organized a large group of people and released the wood into the river. They tied the wood together to make a raft and transported it along the river. Some people had to stand on it to pole. If they were not careful, the water flow would change and they would die in the river. Those who could release the raft were not ordinary people. They had to be good at swimming, know the undercurrent in the river, and be familiar with the inertia and movement of the wood. There was a salt gang and a raft gang. Righteousness was the most important thing. Life and death were unpredictable. Brother Lu, I will give you 5,000 coins. Yang Huanjin thought for a while and gave the number. It's not enough. Brother Yang, since we are brothers, please help me. Lu Di was unwilling. You didn't help with this. Yang Huanjin shook his head. I know it's too late. I'm willing to help in the future. Lu Di expressed. Brother Lu, do you want to cross over? Yang Huanjin asked again. Mirrors were a luxury. I just want a few mirrors to give to others. Haha. Lu Di laughed and gave Yang Huanjin a look. 8,000 coins, no more. But you have to give me 8,300 coins. Yang Huanjin gave in. My good brother Yang, 10,000 coins. I will give you 10,500 coins. Lu Di bargained. He was willing to pay more. Only this time, I don't have much. I have 20,000 coins in total. This exchange coupon is convenient to carry. Yang Huanjin agreed because of the extra money, but he couldn't give more. Lu Di nodded with a smile. Other salt merchants who had exchange coupons were facing the same problem. If someone wanted to exchange, they had to pay more. One was that the exchange coupons were convenient to carry, and the other was that everyone wanted mirrors. There were only 10 mirrors in total. They didn't expect to buy them from the salt merchants. They were going to buy them from Li Yi when they went to Chang, and Li Yi, who was in Chang, and didn't know that the shoe merchants were so sensitive. They would rather spend 1/20th of the money to get the exchange coupons. Other merchants believed that the salt merchants were not stupid, which meant that the exchange coupons were really worth the price. It was much easier to get the exchange coupons. Otherwise, not to mention the distance, dozens of miles away, were they going to transport copper coins or silk? How much would it cost to transport them? When they arrived at the place, both sides would check. How much time would it take? Chapter 470. Goodbye, goodbye. Pay attention to safety if you can't land. Li Yi, who didn't know what happened in Shu, said goodbye to the winged knights. 1,000 winged knights and 3,000 horses left with 10 hot air balloons. They received a message that His Majesty asked them to go to the southwest to support the battlefield. They were equipped with glass, which was not as good as the binoculars that Li Yi exchanged. There were also barrels of alcohol filled with iron sheets, as well as 200 1-kilogram packs of explosives. They could carry more than that. There were meat floss and compressed biscuits in the backpack. There was no place to put anything else. Heavy armor was not equipped. There were only swords and bows. Crossbows were not needed. They were too heavy. There was grass in the current season. When they arrived in Shu, the climate was good, and there was always grass. The things that Ma brought for him were fried beans, ground pepper, and a bundle of hay in case of an emergency. In fact, horses could eat meat, but eating for a long time would cause problems. Occasionally eating a few mouthfuls could withstand it. 1,000 winged knights went to the war, led by Fan Fan. Another 1,000 winged knights came to replace them. They were all newcomers. Then Empress Wang also left, leaving the children behind. Zhuangzi had a wet nurse. She said that she would go back to Zhuangzi to deal with something. Empress Wang's so-called deal was to arrest people and arrange them to mine. Don't look at her, usually lively in front of Li Yi. Think about it, a woman who pushed her husband to kill people to seize the throne. What kind of heart did she have? This year, many fields are planted with cotton and there are no cabbages. When the weather gets colder, the cabbages will come down. Buy more cabbages. There is still ice in the ice house. Take it out quickly and send some to heavenly earth. Everyone can eat it. When the grain is harvested, let me plant greenhouses. More silk, less glass. Plant what you need. Don't plant winter wheat. The crabs will continue to be planted in autumn. In a few days, they will be on the market. Prepare to make drunk crabs. The recipe of soy sauce was announced. Zhuangzi did not sell it. They made it for themselves. Whose cucumber, eggplant, and other vegetables in the field Buy the small ones and buy them. In 2 days, Big Brother's seafood will be shipped over. We'll make shrimp oil side dishes for you. We'll weave rattan baskets and paste oil paper on the inside and outside. Promote the use of 5 mu of greenhouses in each of the 20 counties. Publicize the application of mineral fertilizers in the newspapers. After Li Yi sent off a group of winged knights and third sister-in-law to the front line, he began to make arrangements for Zhuangzi. The grapes had ripened, so they could eat what they needed to eat and make wine when they needed to. The grapes were not sweet enough. The seeds of the carrots would start to be harvested in half a month, and the harvested seeds would continue to be planted in the greenhouse. The carrots that had been seeded were obviously not as juicy as those that had not been seeded. They tasted a little overripe. Song De brought a group of stewards to take notes. Normally, the stewards would be in charge. When was it time to remind Dongzhu what to do? But the Li family Zhuangzi didn't need it. Dongzhu had arranged everything clearly. Don't be fooled by the fact that the owner wrote medical books and taught classes all day long. In fact, he was very familiar with farming. There were also the matters of the various workshops, the tourism of the Zhang family village, the auxiliary planting and breeding in the imperial plantation, the living environment of the migrant workers and the supporting community. The scariest thing was that Dongzhu didn't just say a word when he talked. Everyone would ask about the details, and Dongzhu would tell them all the details. The stewards were convinced and didn't dare to have any other ideas. Dongzhu, who casually arranged all kinds of things for Zhuangzi, was the scariest. He was the kind that only needed a little time. They didn't know that Li Yi was used to it. In the past, there were so many employees and customers that he had to take care of. He was very busy using the computer and the receiver. The pace was fast. Now that the pace was slow, Li Yi had a lot of time to do other things. Let's put it this way. If he took the hospital's computer and entered the data, he would be able to handle the 6 departments alone. He alone could deal with the 6 bureaus, and the great Tang's 6 bureaus were far too easy for him. When he was busy, he would be busy from morning to night. It would be more tiring. After he finished speaking, Li Yi stretched his back, and the stewards left on their own accord. There was no need to greet him. After lunch, he went to teach the nurses. Now, he taught the students who didn't teach children in the morning. In the afternoon, he taught the 80 people medical classes and learned the operating skills of Chinese medicine. At night, he copied books, glanced at today's accounts, and went to sleep. Every day was very fulfilling. Occasionally, there would be villagers, Zhang clan villagers, imperial plantation, and migrant workers who fell sick. If the imperial physicians could not treat them, he would take a look at them. Then, he discussed with the imperial physicians 2 ways to deal with the difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Brother E, I sent someone to keep an eye on Zhangsun Exe. The news is that he has been having nightmares for the past 2 days, shouting that he doesn't want to kill anyone and waking up. Then today he found 4 assistants and said that he can't suffer any more losses. He must know the value of whatever he encounters. On the evening of July 30th, Li Qingqi came and told Li Yi about Zhangsun Exin. He is a giant baby. Don't worry. He will understand after more experience. Li Yi smiled. He didn't have a bad impression of Zhangsun Exin, and he didn't judge people in a black and white way. This was a relationship of interests. When you define others as bad people, think about yourself. Similarly, when you see others as good people, think about yourself. As the environment and situation changed, people's behavior also changed. Wang said, generously singing in Yan City, calmly being a prisoner of Chu, drawing the knife into one swift movement, not letting the youth down. He did think so at that time. Later, he led the outside forces in, and they were unlucky. If it was Myanmar, they succeeded. They led the outside forces in, and then when it was about time, they dealt with the outside forces. Therefore, they won the support of the people, and the people selectively forgot what happened in the past. Wang didn't have the chance to do that, so he was deliberately promoted and left behind a bad name. Li Yi knew human nature and history. Just like financial affairs, if you don't supervise him, you will harm him. As long as Li Yi could help him achieve his goal, everything else was a small matter. Li Longji also didn't care about such a distant relative. He didn't know that in history, when he was dealing with Zhang Sun Xian, Li Longji compromised to others. To put it nicely, he didn't side with the relatives. To put it bluntly, Li Longji couldn't bear the pressure. Censor Li Jia wasn't a good person either. The conflict between him and Zhang Sun Xian might be a ploy by others. And the ploy wasn't targeted at Zhang Sun Xian but Empress Wang. Some people wanted to see Li Longji's attitude under the pressure of the officials. At that time, the crown prince had already been appointed. Li Yi knew this, but he didn't want to say more. It was useless, so he might as well do it. So he helped and waited until the baby was born. Yes, Brother Yi, you're right. He's just a child, he doesn't know anything. Li Qingqi didn't know more about the future history. He felt that Li Yi's evaluation of Zhang Sun Xian was too correct. Zhang Sun Xian was stupid and easy to be used. His Majesty threw him to Lantian County. I will make him understand. Don't worry. His position is very important. If I stand in front of him, I will kill. Li Yi revealed his political skills at this moment. He didn't stand in front of him, but he pushed others. If he stood in front of the reform, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it and would be directly eliminated by others. Chapter 471. I was wrong. I let down the court's training and the emperor's high regard. Originally, I also wanted to contribute to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. But I went further and further down the wrong path, and when I got the first penny I should not have got, I was in a panic. Then there was the second copper, the third copper, and the first copper. I indulged myself. I had more money in my eyes and more power in my heart. The former county magistrate of Lantian County was giving a report today in front of the county office of Gaiyang County. Many officials and people were watching. He didn't have an electronic loudspeaker. When he spoke, the 4 people next to him would shout for him. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He used to be rather plump, but now he looked very thin. When he wasn't giving a report, he had to dig. If he didn't dig well, he wouldn't have enough to eat. Now he was giving a report. His family was crying in the crowd. It was too pitiful. Killing people was just a matter of nodding his head. How could he torture people like this? The officials of Gaiyang County felt sad for the death of a rabbit. It was very uncomfortable, but the people didn't think so. He deserves it. Punish him. The people can be abused, but the heavens can't bully him. Retribution. Thank you, Your Majesty. His family should be exterminated. Kill him and exile his family to Lingnan. You're crying. Do you know how many people are crying because of you? Who can those homeless people talk to? If it weren't for Li Dongzhu's help, how many people would have died? The people didn't have any pity at all. They wished they could exterminate the county magistrate. The officials of Gaiyang County were wiping their sweat, even if the weather was a bit cold in the morning. The county magistrate looked at the 2 officials who came out of the Li family Zhuangzi's team. He was trying hard to recall if there was anything he didn't take care of. He admitted that he was scared. Li Yi was too sinister. They were both officials. Couldn't he just hang them? End all troubles. Why did he have to force them to dig in the mines and threaten them to punish their family if they didn't talk nicely? It was just one person's fault. How could he implicate his family? Gaiyang County was like this. The other counties were in similar situations today. Everyone was scared. They finally understood what it meant to be magnanimous and what it meant to win people over with virtue. It was said that at that time, Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were happily rushing back from Henan Prefecture by land, and nothing happened. As they walked, they encountered people running from Lantian County to Luoyang. After seeing more, Li Yi and Li Dongzhu became angry. Now it had become what it was now. The officials of Jiangji County were all mining and making reports on their days off. A few of them had already been expelled from their families. Don't you, Li Yi, think about your own family? Oh, your entire clan is dead. I forgot. Sorry. Therefore, even though it was clearly someone else who had made a mistake, it was reported to another county. However, the officials of the counties were afraid of Li Yi. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi, who came out to be officials, suddenly found that their superiors were kind to them. Xiaoguang, little Lin, I heard that you want to build 5 mu of greenhouses in our Xingping County. The county magistrate of Xingping County found the 2 officials arranged by the Li family Zhuangzi at noon that day. Tan Xiaoguang and Lin Xian looked at each other and nodded. Lin Xian said, Ming residents, is it not okay? Not okay. The county magistrate glared. Little Lin, I want to criticize you. Last year, the greenhouses of the Li family Zhuangzi and the Zhang family village earned a lot of money. Since you too have a good idea, how can you only build 5 mu of greenhouses? As officials of Xingping County, you too have to consider the people of Xingping County. 5 mu of land is not obvious to the people. There's so much land in the county, so you have to build them separately. There are 3 places, and each one needs 5 mu of land. The Xingping County magistrate gave an answer. He had to criticize them. But Ming residents, didn't you say that success or failure is unknown? How can you call it risky? Tan Xiaoguang recounted what happened a few days ago. That was me testing you. As long as it is for the people, you cannot be easily swayed. You too are not bad. Therefore, as long as I am in power, I will not let you two be helpless on matters that benefit the people. You don't have enough money, right? The county will provide it. Oh, if the tents belong to the Li family Zhuangzi, and if the county provides the land, you can just give 30%. The Xingping County magistrate continued to speak with a strong sense of righteousness. If not for Li Yi's influence, Tan Xiaoguang and Lin Xian would have been moved to tears. Unfortunately, Li Yi's teachings were better than this. Tan Xiaoguang glanced at Lin Xian, and Lin Xian nodded. Thus, Tan Xiaoguang followed the words he learned from Dongzhu and said, Ming residence is really for the country and the people. Their hearts are with His Majesty, and they have both hands on the people and education. They have integrated the land, the people, and the income. They have worked on the construction of the greenhouses, the farming of the land, the income of the people, and the stability of the local government. In terms of the supply of vegetables in the winter, they have focused on the production, quality, sales, increase, and stability of the vegetables. This number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shows that the Ming residence is confident in the big picture and has considered the details of the administrative policies. The Xingping County magistrate was dumbfounded. Can this be done? Why didn't I know? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xian continued. Love the people, love the government, love agriculture, love industry, love business, and love the business. Use the water conservancy, farmland, forestry, and breeding as the basis. Consider the county's revenue, the county's infrastructure, and the county's investment. In the winter, summer, spring, and autumn seasons, on the basis of 2 crops rotation, implement a set of effective land use policies. This 5-4-3-2-1 policy is to ensure the prosperity of the country, the county, and the people. It will be carried out simultaneously and greatly benefit my Ming residents. The Xingping County magistrate, at this moment, he finally understood the power of the Li family Zhuangzi. What 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Did the 2 of you learn this from Li Yi? It sounds good, but in reality it's useless. Isn't it just planting greenhouses? Plant them. Can I go to the Li family Zhuangzi to learn? I thought I was awesome just because I could write poems. Today, I understand that it's just a small trick. 50 mu. I guarantee it. If there's anything missing, the Yamen will provide it. You must carry out the 5-4-3-2-1 and the 1-2-3-4-5 policies firmly. The Xingping County magistrate compromised and didn't dare to make things difficult for anyone else. Xingping County's 50 mu greenhouses were confirmed, not 5 mu. Similar things were going on in the other counties. First, someone came to make a report. Then, the officials from the Li family Zhuangzi used even more powerful official jargon. The officials of the 20 counties realized at the same time that they couldn't win against Li Yi in terms of politics. This King thing came one after another. It was even more impressive than the poems that he had painstakingly written. How could an A-grade student not be able to write a poem? Li Yi didn't know that such a situation would occur. He was just used to instilling some official jargon. Wasn't this normal? Believe it or not, Li Longji could analyze 10 policies for you even if he farted. Li Yi now had something to do. Or rather, the workshop had something to do. He was writing and drawing in his study room. From time to time, he would mutter something about attacking the heavens. After he finished drawing, Li Yi carefully checked it and felt that there were no problems. Then he took the blueprint to the workshop. Make this. It's very simple. There's no difficulty in the materials. Chapter 472. In about 10 days, the geese will fly south. On the 3rd floor of Drunken Immortal House, Zhang Sun Xian and the others were eating. They looked out the window at the clouds in the sky and spoke to one of his aides. Today was the 29th of July. Early in the morning, Zhang Sun Xian brought his aides over to eat and take a look at the construction site of Drunken Immortal House. In the past few days, he had asked the 4 aides many questions and received answers one by one. He regained his confidence and brought his wife over. The aide's idea was that the wife was the main wife. Concubines were nothing. After bringing his wife over, he stood upright. The wife considered the family, while the concubine fought for favor. Favor couldn't last long, but the family was still there. Sure enough, after Zhang Sun Xian brought his wife to Lantian County, everyone acted according to the rules and wasn't as messy as before. At the same time, his wife took care of the money he had left from selling jade and buying wood. She had the craftsman who made the 1,000-work step, bed, build, multi-spindle spinning wheels, and find cheap wood to make them. She would build 4 frames at once and collect hemp. She would take the lead in spinning and weaving to subsidize the family. She said that when she was skilled, she would hire local people to teach them how to operate and give them high wages. This was called benefiting the people. After the family was settled, Zhang Sun Xian, who had nothing to do, went to Drunken Immortal House to check on the situation. He brought his own tea leaves and snacks made by his wife. He only asked for free water from Drunken Immortal House. When it was time to eat, he went to eat free food. His wife said to be careful. The workers of Drunken Immortal House didn't care. It was just water. Here. Zhang Sun Xian took a sip of the tea and looked at the construction site. Digging and filling. Won't they work until winter? The aide replied with a smile. Drunken Immortal House is ambitious. The mine is too deep to build an island, so they can only use a floating boat as the land. When the wind is strong, the boat will shake and people can't get on it. It's a waste of money. It's better to go to the land next to it, expand the pond, and build another island. When the time comes, the bigger pond can be used to raise fish and plant lotuses. The 4 aides were cousins with the surname Luo. They were called Luo Aocheng, Luo Aochang, Luo Oxin, and Luo Ojuan. They had learned a lot and were good at different things. They didn't pass the imperial exam this year and were preparing to take the exam next year. Just as they were anxiously looking for connections, the Empress's brother-in-law actually wanted her. So they came over. The original brother-in-law of the Empress's brother-in-law was obviously different. Can we destroy it? Zhang Sun Xian, who was still thinking about revenge, looked at the 4 people expectantly. The 4 of them shook their heads at the same time. Luo Aochang said, "It's normal construction. We can't interfere." Zhang Sun Xian revealed a regretful expression. "If we can dig up gold, this place will be treated as a mine and managed by the imperial court. Boss, don't spread any more rumors." Luo Xian glanced at Zhang Sun Xian and knew what he was thinking. "No, I won't. Li Yi is too cruel to those who spread rumors." Zhang Sun Xian dispelled the idea. After drinking a few more mouthfuls of tea, he asked the waiter to refill his water. Guan Xiaotan came over with a small jar in his hand. Inspector Zhang's son, my family's Dongzhu sent someone to deliver 2 caddies of beef mince. It must be eaten within 3 days and cannot be stored for too long. Guan Xiaotan put the small jar on the table and introduced it. It can't be poisoned, right? Zhang's son Xian was skeptical. If my Dongzhu wants to poison someone, wouldn't it be more convenient to poison them with plain water? The beef mince contains the skin of the thing I picked that day, but it's not very spicy. Inspector Zhang's son will know when you try it. After saying this, Guan Xiaotan left. It was up to him to eat it or not. He would throw it away later. I'll eat it at noon. I've eaten spicy beef mince in the palace before, Zhang's son Xian said with a smile. His wife had told him this when she came over. Then he showed an envious expression. Li Yi has good food to eat every day. I wonder what he'll eat at noon today and what he'll be busy with. Ba, Shui, Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi, who Zhang's son Xian was thinking about, was persuading the winged knights. I see that you all have nothing to do all day. Why don't I take you to play a game? It's very fun. It's not a lie at all, Li Yi said to the winged knights who were looking at him with frightened eyes next to a small hot air balloon. In the crowd, the first batch of winged knights, non-commissioned officers' face was pale. The people who came later did not seem to be in a good state either. They had not been played by Li Yi before, but they had been played by the first batch of people who were 1 level lower. Even those who were 1 level lower were tortured to the point of wanting to die, not to mention the game that the seniors had played before. Li Dongzhu, let us go. We're very busy right now. We're busy getting used to the hot air balloon, the veteran said with a bitter face. It's not the same as last time. This time it's easy and not tiring. I don't want to play like last time either. I'm tired. Li Yi continued to persuade, his eyes filled with sincerity. The non-commissioned officers shook their heads. They did not want to play. They did not want to play, no matter what. Guozi could not stand it anymore. He stood up and said, Li Dongzhu, you say it. What do you want to do? A real man should die. What are you afraid of? Look at your official Gua. Li Yi admires this kind of person the most. Li Yi praised Guozi. Say it. Guozi looked as if he was going to go all out. Official Gua, do you know how to calculate? Li Yi nodded and asked. Of course I know. I know how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Guozi said confidently. He was able to become a general. But if he did not know how to calculate, how would he know how many people, how much food, and how much daily consumption? Then that's easy. Do you know how to calculate 9 chapters? Li picked up a book. Guozi shook his head. No. It's okay if you don't know how to. What we learned is now a separate book. It's called The Island's Computational Canon. This is interesting. There's no need to learn sine and cosine, and there's no need to deduce formulas. All you have to do is memorize it. Once you're familiar with the 9 methods, you can calculate different heights and depths and measure them in different places. Along with binoculars, you can measure whatever you want in the future. Li Yi took out The Island's Computational Canon. It was available now, but most people did not learn it. One reason was that it was difficult to learn. The other reason was that they did not even know how to write. How could they learn it? When the winged knights heard about arithmetic, their heads began to buzz. I'm a soldier. Why do I have to learn this? Li Dongzhu, why do you want to learn it? The old soldier asked again. Of course it's to fight. The right time, the right place, and the right people. The right time can depend on the heaven, but the right place needs to be measured. Once you have mastered this, I will teach you how to draw maps by hand using the method of drawing maps. I'll provide you with paper, pens, rulers, and draw contour lines. If the ground troops can go over directly, they'll work with the air to scout and draw maps. If the ground troops can't go over, or it's too dangerous, the hot air balloons will be responsible for scouting and drawing maps. Let's first draw the terrain of the Tang dynasty's border, and then draw the terrain of the enemy's side. Before the battle, send the hot air balloons to draw maps, and then start the battle. Especially Tubo and the Turks in the west, there are many mountains, rivers, and valleys. Li Yi stated his purpose. He wanted to train the Yulin flying cavalry into a special force, not a suicide squad that was besieged by ants. When they were in formation, they could not directly charge to break the enemy lines. It would be too wasteful. The winged knights should be in the most crucial position on the battlefield, just like the Marines. Not only did they have to learn to measure and draw maps, but they also had to learn to measure the distance of cannons, use their thumbs to aim, and calculate formulas. Swimming, rock climbing, parachuting, and rope crossing. Who would be weak if they were fixed and dismounted? In addition, they also had to practice field medicine. It was not enough to only use pigs for practice. They had to be sent to the war zone to treat their comrades in other units. Chapter 473. When the non-commissioned officer heard Li Yi say that it was for war, they no longer frowned. They knew their position. They had to be the strongest in the Tang dynasty, no, the strongest in the world. They had to know what others couldn't, and they had to know what others couldn't. Dong Zhu, tell us how to learn. We're willing to learn, the veterans said. Yes, we'll learn. Dong Zhu won't harm us. Dong Zhu, I'm afraid of studying the most, but this time I'll do my best. I'll treat it as if someone has put a gun to my neck. If I don't learn, I'll die. The other non-commissioned officer shouted one after another. They looked like they were going to risk their lives. They envied scholars. Previously, the 3,000 winged knights in Zhuangzi learned how to write. Now, the winged knights were learning how to write and use it to transmit information. Find the students to learn. This is simple. I don't need to teach you. Don't play with hot air balloons all day. Isn't there a river? Wear a ball and go down. In the future, you will play water polo in the river. That's the most useful for practicing swimming. I know that there are some among the new winged knights who can't swim. Go down. After that, I'll choose a mountain and take you to rock climb. Send some low-ranking officials from Honglu Temple to teach you the Tubo and Turkic languages in Zhuangzi. Li Yi made the arrangements. He also wanted to learn the Tubo and Turkic languages as well as writing. The non-commissioned officer's morale was high. Li Yi was relieved. He ran to the workshop and found someone to make a large number of rope rulers. The rope rulers used in the workshop had two scales. One was centimeter and one was meter, and the other was CUN, Qi, and Zhong. They were marked with red and blue on a rope. Now, they were going to equip the army. After arranging these things, Li Yi thought for a while and found steward song. Tomorrow and the day after, give the children 2 days off. Go out and play. Prepare guards and carriages. Go out and eat barbecue skewers. Li Yi saw that autumn was coming. The children hadn't had an autumn outing yet. In Zhuangzi, the children had toys and looked very happy. However, the autumn outing was an activity that he had liked since he was young. He thought that the children in Zhuangzi would also be willing to participate. Of course, a holiday was a holiday. A holiday was a holiday. A holiday was a holiday. There was no need to write travel notes. Dongzhu, where are you going? Songda knew that taking care of a child was the most difficult task. If we don't go to the city, we'll be restricted. We'll go to Lantian County. Lantian County is close, and there's also the Drunken Immortal Tavern there. I want to go over and take a look to see if there are any projects that can be developed, how everyone's living conditions are, and what the employees are doing. We should have gone to Wugong County. We sent people to investigate there first, but it's quite far away. Li Yi gave it some thought and chose Lantian County. I'll go tell the children the good news now. Songda agreed and turned around to make arrangements and deliver the news. We'll talk about it at night. If we talk about it now, they won't be in the mood to study. Li Yi knew children very well. Sure enough, at night, before dinner, the children went crazy when they told them that they were going to Lantian County to eat skewers the next day. They were inexplicably excited and ran and screamed. On the morning of July 30th, the Li family Zhuangzi children's troop set off again. The children lined up to get on the carriage. 60 guards came out of the village. They carried bows and crossbows and swords. The winged knights followed closely behind with 300 riders. Each person had 3 horses. The scouts were sent out early. Li Yi sat outside the carriage. His legs were hanging and swaying, looking very leisurely. Guazi, who was personally leading the team, was worried. Last night, he was called by Li Yi to talk to him about something. With a large group of children, the speed of the convoy was not fast. They only arrived at Lantian County at 9 in the morning. This was the second time the people of Lantian County saw a luxurious convoy. The first time was when the villagers came over to show off their strength. When the children got off the carriage one by one, the people of Lantian County were stunned. They had long heard that the children of the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were living well. Today, when they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that good was not enough to judge them. They were clearly little ancestors that were specially raised by the big families. Each and every one of them looked so small that they wanted to carry them home. When the little ones lined up while shouting the slogan 1, 2, 1, 2 and walked towards the largest grain sunning field in the county, the people sighed one after another. The children of the county also ran out to take a look. Their eyes were filled with envy. They were envious of so many children playing together. They were also envious of the clothes that others were wearing. When they reached the place, the children of Zhuangzi took down their backpacks and opened them. Then they shouted to the surrounding children, "Come over and play with us. We brought toys. Let's barbecue skewers together later." The children of the county who came over to take a look did not dare to move, even if their eyes were filled with yearning. In their opinion, the children of the Li family Zhuangzi were not people of the same world as them. When the children of Zhuangzi saw that they were not coming, the older children ran over. They did not mind that the other children's clothes and hands were dirty. They pulled them away. One by one, the children were pulled away. It was not that they wanted to go, but that they had no choice. But soon, they let go of their reservations and played with all kinds of toys with the children of the village. They used small shovels and pots made of bamboo to play house next to the piles of fine sand that the villagers pushed over. There were also small forklifts and dump carts with wooden wheels that the children had never seen before. They could be pushed by hand and run on the ground. Their parents could not come over and were stopped by the winged knights a stone's throw away. Small umbrellas opened one after another in the sky where the children were playing. It was the first time that the children of the county had seen such interesting things. They put the small stones into a small bag. The small bag was connected to a few ropes with a ball of silk on top. They were rolled into a ball and thrown into the sky. The bag containing the stones fell below. The silk on top became a parachute and slowly floated down. The things that they played with were bamboo, dragonflies that could fly in the sky. They felt that it was not as interesting as this. Li Yi did not accompany the children. His ambulance continued forward under the protection of the 20 winged knights. He sat outside the ambulance and observed the situation of Lantian County. Every year, Lantian County would be hit by a disaster. Sometimes it would be hail, sometimes it would be floods, and sometimes it would be drought in the second half of the year. There were many mountains in Lantian County. Every place could be different. Tomorrow morning, I will go up the mountain. Everyone get ready. Send out 20 of the first winged knights to follow me. Li Yi said to Guazi, who was beside him as he looked at the houses, "I will go too." Guazi nodded. "Go. This mountain can't be terraced. Otherwise, soil erosion will worsen. It is a place that is always affected by disasters." Li Yi turned his head and looked at the mountain. There were traces of logging on the mountain. Obviously, it was used to get wood. There were plants growing in the areas where the logs were cut. He did not know who planted it. It was wild grass. Then what are the mountains suitable for? Guazi did not know much about farming in the mountains. There is no need to use the land on the mountain. There is good paddy soil here. It should be used for paddy fields. It would be a pity to plant wheat. There is more soil. If it is sorted, it can be used for small workshops. I think the kilns in this county are the best. Li'i knew that Lantian County had pottery and porcelain clay. The locals would definitely build kilns. As they walked and looked, Li'i shook his head. It was poor. The houses were built with grass and mud. There were no tiles on them. Chapter 474. Li'i looked at the houses that the residents lived in. There were both good and bad houses. There were also houses with cracks in the mud walls. The outside was smeared with mud, and the color was different. Obviously, these houses were dangerous. If they continued to live there, it would be heavy snow or heavy rain, and they would be easily overwhelmed. Guazi shook his head. It was too bad. Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, it was much worse. The Li family Zhuangzi, when he thought of the Li family Zhuangzi, Guazi sighed. Why did he have to compare himself to the Li family Zhuangzi? Are you Li Dongzhu? When the ambulance was about to arrive at the courtyard of another house, a 14 or 15-year-old boy looked at Li'i and asked. He had a basket on his arm and a bamboo basket on his back. I am Li'i. Li'i nodded and replied. The ambulance stopped. Do you want to buy walnuts, chestnuts, and kiwis? The boy took 2 steps forward and showed Li'i the things in his basket. In the basket there were small kiwis. In the basket behind him, there were big balls with burrs and small green balls. Li'i knew that the big balls contained chestnuts and the small ones contained walnuts. The kiwis were not the big ones that Li'i used to eat. They were smaller. The chestnuts and walnuts were wrapped in the outer skin, and he could not see what was inside. Li'i jumped out of the ambulance and took out a kiwis from the basket. He peeled them with his hands and asked, Are they easy to sell? Kiwis are sold everywhere. They cannot be sold at a high price and they cannot be kept for long. Walnuts are hard to eat, and there are people who come to buy them. The price is not as high as the price in Chang. And chestnuts can be kept for a longer time. You can eat chestnuts as rice all year round. You can go to the mountains to pick them and leave more money for your family. The boy looked at Li'i peeling the kiwis and putting down the basket. Apparently, he had just come down from the mountains and was covered in dew. Have you ever thought of drying kiwis? They can be kept for a long time. You can use sulfur to smoke them. Walnuts can be stored for a long time. If you want to open them, you can use something like a guillotine. There's no need to smash them. Chestnut, I don't know if all the people in your county are of one mind. Are they willing to gather the money to buy the iron pot? If you want, you can take the chestnuts to Chang and to sell every day. As Li'i spoke, he peeled the kiwi and took a bite. It was sour and not so sweet. Obviously, it was not fully ripe yet. In order to preserve it for a few more days, he ate it. The young man stood there, carefully observing Li'i. Can you make money? When Li'i finished eating the kiwi, the young man asked with hope in his eyes. Li'i nodded. Yes, but you'll need a big iron pot with chard or coals underneath. Li Dongzhu, wait a moment. The teenager put down the things and ran away. Li Dongzhu, do you cook chestnuts in a big pot? Guazi asked the question in his heart. He felt that it was the same if he cooked it normally. Would it taste better if he cooked it in a big iron pot? Stir fry. Li'i smiled and took a walnut. There was still a green skin on the outside. He weighed it twice. Officer Gua, look, this walnut has a green skin now. Just bury it in the ground and cook it. Then the outer skin will be easy to peel. But how can you extract the walnut kernels from the inside as much as possible? This thing with a flat mouth, like a guillotine, can be pressed out. If you want to take it out completely, it's best to take it out when it's wet. The kernels inside are not dry. The dry kernels can be soaked, boiled, steamed, and pressed. The kernels inside are still very intact. Li'i threw the walnut back into the basket and taught Guazi how to extract the kernels. Now, the walnuts in Lantian County were not paper walnuts. They were very hard, second only to the wild walnuts in the Northeast. The wild walnuts in the Northeast were simply not edible. Using a hammer, it took a lot of effort to break them open. The meat inside was embedded in the shell and then used a needle to pry it open. But if it was cooked and pressed with a machine, it could still be extracted intact. Guizi listened and learned. Li Dongzhu was full of knowledge. If the chestnuts are stir-fried, should I peel them and stir-fry them? Guizi thought of eating. Stir-fry them together with the shell. See if the shell is easy to break or not. If the shell is not easy to break, I'll make a small cut manually. Li Yi took out a big thorn ball from the basket. The ball was already open. Li broke it and took out a few chestnuts. He observed, "It looks like it needs to be cut open. It will take a little effort." Li Dongzhu, how do you want to cut it? Let me do it. Guizi took out a small knife from his waist. Li Yi threw one over. Cut it horizontally. You can peel it after stir-frying. Guizi caught it in his hand and cut it open. The skin was about to break. Is it like this? Yes, after cutting it like this, steaming is also fine. But there's a lot of moisture, and it's not as good as stir-frying. Li Yi threw the chestnuts in his hand into the basket and turned to wash his hands in the car. When he came out, the young man ran back with a large group of youths behind him. There, Li Dongzhu is there. The young man shouted as he ran. A group of people ran over and surrounded the car, and Li Yi. They were all panting. Some of them had wounds on their hands and were squeezing blood out with their other hand. From their clothes, they should be a group of people who went to the mountains to pick kiwis, walnuts, and chestnuts. Wait a minute, Li Yi said to the group. He turned and went into the car to get a basin of water and another basin of water. There were also soap and hand towels placed at the side. First, use this basin of water to wash your hands and face. Then, use the other basin of water to wash again. Those who were injured did not need to be afraid. Hearing that there was soap to use, the youths surrounded the basin and washed their hands and carefully wiped the soap. After washing, Li Yi took out some alcohol. Those who are injured, come over. It hurts. Bear with it. The one who pinched his hand first offered some money. Li Yi dipped a cotton ball in alcohol and wiped his hand. The young man was stunned and took a deep breath. It hurt. Are you going to pool money together to buy a big iron pot? I don't think it's enough. When Li Yi talked about business, the young man did not feel the pain anymore. He just wanted to make money. We can ask for more from the family. It will be enough. The young man from before looked like he wanted to take a gamble. There's no need to ask for more from the family. How about this? I'll lend you money to buy the pot. Interest of 1 cent will double after 100 days. Li Yi gave a high interest of 1 cent, 1 cent, 1%, based on 365 days a year. Borrowing a pot would yield a profit of 3 pots and 65 cents. The interest would compound. In a year, it would be 37.8 times. In 100 days, it would be 1.7 times. When the youths heard that the interest of 1 cent would double after 100 days, they hesitated. Let's do it. Does Li Dongzhu lack an iron pot? He must have a way to let us earn back the money. The young man from before clenched his fist and agreed. Yes, Li Dongzhu does not lack money. He just wants to let us know that there are some things that we have to pay the price for. We are willing. Li Dongzhu, we don't want money. Lend us a pot and we will return you 2 pots. We want to make money. We believe in Li Dongzhu. The youths spoke one after another. They all thought that Li Yi would not cheat them of their money. They did not have enough money to be cheated by Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and asked, "What will you do after you make a lot of money according to the method I taught you?" "I want to build a house." "No, I want to build a new house. I want to bring more people with me to make money." The young man spoke his thoughts. "What about you?" Li Yi looked at the others. "Us too." Several youths shouted at the same time. "Good. remember what you said today. If you don't do it after making money, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Yi said solemnly to the youths. Chapter 475. Li Yi's car continued to move forward slowly, leaving behind the teenagers to discuss the method of roasted chestnuts. They will go to Drunken Immortal residence to get the big pot, spatula, and chestnut cutting knife. Then they will find suitable small stones and keep trying. They will need to cook at least 10 pots to get an approximate time. In the future, they will cook according to that time. As for the sugar, they will not use much. They will just pour sugar water into the pot. Lantian County is not the only county that produces chestnuts in the capital. If they sell well, others will learn from them. Guizi felt helpless. He felt that Li Yi should buy a large amount of chestnuts. They will return to Zhuangzi to cook in secret and sell the chestnuts after they are done. Now that they have this method, they can cook in any city in Chang, and others will learn from them. Then my men in Zhuangzi will not need to do anything else. They will only be selling roasted chestnuts. No matter how many chestnuts there will only be one season in a year. Even if all 20 counties produce chestnuts, how many people will there be left in the capital? This method will be spread to all parts of the country. Unfortunately, Hebei province is occupied by Khitans. There are few counties that produce good chestnuts. They will open after they are cooked. It is a pity that a large area in the northeast is used by Khitans and some Turks. When Li Yi talked about chestnuts, he remembered the counties in Hebei. There are also a large number of pine mushrooms in the northeast and the fish in the Coldwater Lake. Li Dongzhu, when we return, you can cook in Zhuangzi too. Let the brothers have a taste. They do not have much money and have given it to their families. Guizi was worried that there would be too many people and too few chestnuts. If they do not hurry, they will run out of chestnuts. Cook and eat walnuts too. A child can eat 2 a day. Eating too much is not good for the body, even if it is made into preserved fruits. As Li Yi talked about walnuts, he remembered that it is time to cook hazelnuts and pine nuts. This year he must prepare more. Last year's supply will run out. He can only go to the city to buy more. Why is it so expensive? Stop the car! Nay, Li Yi suddenly shouted when he was thinking. The horse was indeed obedient. When it heard the whinny, it slowed down and stopped. Another horse turned its head and looked at Li Yi with its big eyes, as if asking, "What are you doing? Is something the matter? This house is not going to last any longer. The county needs to fix it. Why didn't you report it?" Li Yi jumped out of the car and came to a courtyard. Houses made of mud and grass are not only cracked, but also tilted. There were no vegetables in the yard, only 2 chickens scratching and looking for something to eat. When Li Yi said that the county should be in charge of normal government affairs, the county had to help if there were poor families, or the officials in the county could find other wealthy families of the same clan to help, especially when there was no one to take care of an old man. The system was good, including the Grief Tianfang in Chang. And the ancient people were not stupid. They knew how to deal with all kinds of things. However, the imperial court did not have any money. They still had to fight wars and pay their officials. Is there anyone at home? I'm the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Anyone in? Li Yi shouted from outside the courtyard. After shouting a few times, the door opened and an old woman walked out shakily. Auntie, I'm the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. My name is Li Yi. Li Yi shouted again. I know. Li Dongzhu, come in. It's not locked. The old woman continued to walk. There was a wooden door in the fence, but it was not locked. There was not even a wooden pin. It was just lying there crookedly. After getting permission, Li pushed open the gate and went in. He naturally took the old woman's arm. Auntie, is there anyone else at home? No, it's just me. My youngest son left 5 years ago, saying that he went to learn martial arts with someone. I don't know where he went. He never came back. My eldest son helped to transport food for the army 2 years ago. He was hit by a falling rock on the road. My eldest daughter-in-law remarried. She wanted to take me with her, but she also has parents. It's not a big deal for me to go. If it weren't for my blurred vision before the beginning of spring, I would be able to tidy up the house. The imperial physician came over and prescribed some medicine. I'll be fine after drinking a few doses. The old woman smiled in Li Yi's direction. Li Yi waved his hand in front of the old woman's eyes. There was a slight reaction in her eyes. She was not blind. Auntie, you can't live in this house anymore. If you continue to live here, suddenly, boom. Before Li Yi could finish a sentence, there was a sound from the house. Then it collapsed. Li Yi hugged the old woman and lay down. At the same time, a few figures broke through the fence and came to the two of them. They carried them out. Li Yi turned back to look. He stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. He laughed. Ha ha ha, look, Annie. The house is gone. Follow me back to Zhuangzi. A benefactor, a benefactor. You are indeed a deity. They were right. If you hadn't come today, I would have been crushed to death in the house. The old woman trembled even more. Although her eyesight was not good, she still knew that the house had collapsed. However, she turned her head and refused. I'm not going. I want to wait for my youngest son to come back. I feel that you are a burden and can't do anything. Annie, look, your house has collapsed, but the land is still there. You can rent the land to me, and I will use it to earn money. After that, you can take the rent to Zhuangzi. I will rent a house for you. Your land is big and my house is small. The extra money will be for your daily meals and to hire someone to take care of you. The remaining money will be used to find out where your youngest son is. When you find him and he comes back, you can live with him. I will not rent your land, and you will not rent my house. No one will lose out, okay? That's settled. Get in the car. I will continue to look around. I can earn quite a lot of money from your land. Li Yi thought of a good idea. They could both rent the land. He helped the old woman into the car. The old woman's tears flowed down her cheeks. She did not refuse anymore. She knew that if she did not agree, she would not be able to live. She still had to wait for her youngest son. Auntie, what is there in the house that you are not afraid of losing? I will get someone to clean it up and bring it over. You can choose what you want to keep. Li Yi arranged for the old woman to get into the car. He reassured her that some of the things were souvenirs. Turning around, Li Yi shouted, "Which brother can go to the drunken immortal residence and get someone to come here? While you are at it, repair all the houses in the county that do not look good. I am a rich person. I have money. I do good. But tell Guan Xiaotan to help me ask the county magistrate, surnamed Chen, what he is doing. If he is waiting for the business tax to be paid, then there is no need to wait. We are making a loss this year. I will report how we lost money later. If we lose money, will they still want to collect taxes from me? Then I will have to talk to them properly. I will go." A winged knight outside said. He left with the sound of hooves. "Li Dongzhu, you are a good person." The old woman listened and gave Li Yi an evaluation. "I think so too, but good people are always bullied. When I am bullied, I usually endure it." Li Yi flattered himself. "I have heard that the Prime Minister is magnanimous and uses virtue to win people over." The old woman continued to praise Li Yi. He had a different view of these two praises. "Dongzhu, there is a motorcade in front. They say that they are officials returning to Chang, and they have a plate. Brother, go talk to them. They asked us to wait at the side." Guazi's voice came. "Tell them, no matter who they are, to stand against the wall. Otherwise, I will teach them a lesson. What kind of officials dare to take the road with me? They are too used to it." Li Yi was looking for equipment in the car. He wanted to see if the old woman's eyes were blurred, cataracts, or other diseases. When he heard that someone dared to make his car move, he was angry. "This is an ambulance.